Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Batcolyte. Live. Don't forget, you can always hit that repost button and help maybe drive us out to the FYP. As we are getting a very late long will go, but I am here. I'm here now, anyways. And we'll be here for a few hours, seeing if anybody can question their beliefs, if they can challenge the assumptions that they hold. Hammy says he's in both chats. That's right, guys. Don't forget we are live over on YouTube as well. If you haven't already, subscribe to the Batcolyte over there. Well, there's a link tree in my bio, or in the Batcolyte's bio. And in that link tree, you'll see a YouTube. Well, you'll see two of them, a Thrayle and a Batcolyte. Go ahead and give us both a subscribe. But we are live over there. Hopefully coming through loud and clear. Hopefully coming through loud and clear. Looks like everything's going good. Clear. Join the conversation if you have a belief that you can question. Well, you're gonna have to join us over on TikTok. Be over 18. And, well, I honestly don't know what the follower requirements are, but once you get over here, tap the screen, share the live out, and hit the request button if you can question your beliefs. We're already up to 2,000 likes. That's awesome, guys. If we keep tapping that screen, we'll break 3,000 probably before I even get to thank. Who is it? Oh, Joss. Well, thank you, Joss. And anybody from a private account who may have helped as well with that gift goal. You guys are amazing, and I appreciate you. But we are here, as we always are, questioning beliefs, challenging assumptions, seeing if you can question your beliefs. And I will be bringing up a guest very soon. I'll just need to make sure that we put the right questions on the board. Because right now, we still need to tap that screen a little bit more. Janae says, just join. What kind of beliefs are we challenging? Well, generally, we always ask if the guest believes in a god, or gods, or a higher power, or anything like that, and see where we go from there. The music's too teasing, I think. I know where to take us. Or it is a Saturday night. Maybe I should take us to the tavern. There we go. Yeah, Henry says get us to 10,000 likes, people. Let's keep tapping. Well, we only need to hit 5,000 before I usually bring up a guest. But I think we may, since we're getting such a late start, we may go ahead and start at 4,000. I think we can do that. So let's do this. I think our question looks something like this tonight. As always, what is your belief? And why do you believe it? But maybe we can get into what the benefits are of that belief. And what are the costs? Have you ever considered that? What actually comes from this belief? What actually helps you from this belief? How does it really benefit you? What are the costs? What does it deny you, deprive you of? Right, we did make it to 5,000 before a guest came up, Hammy. That is an excellent point. Let's see if this person waiting in queue is still there. Probably not. No, didn't think so. But we can do this. Might help everybody notice that there is, well, at least one box available. There it is. Oh, okay, well, it seems to think rather confusedly. There we go. Give us that extra box. Now, if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, that big box is for you. Only, of course, if you can question that belief. And you're going to have to hit the request button. We always have such high hopes for someone demanding to be let on panel right when they scroll into the room, don't we? And nothing. Demanding to be let up. He waited a whole 30 seconds and you weren't even there. Hello, cat. Can I get H for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, 39. I suppose I adhere to the God of the perennial philosophy.
What does that mean?
Not a religion, but it's more a perspective on the world's major religions. It views mysticism at the very core of
Mysticism.
yeah.
And it has its own god.
Well, it has, I guess, a certain interpretation of God because it is a perspective on the world's major religions. So it kind of sees mysticism as the common core of the world's major religions, such that, for instance, the Holy Spirit of Christianity or Nirvana of Buddhism or Samadhi of Hinduism, these are all various ways of announcing one of the same metaphysical truths. And I mean, that's pretty much it in a nutshell.
So it's just a perspective on other religions, not necessarily one in itself. And it has a perspective on God. You believe there is a God.
Yes, yes. So,
So
yeah, go ahead.
what is the God that you believe exists?
In perennialism, it's regarded as the absolutes. I suppose in Christianity, if you're familiar with, the religion, Paul Tillich would speak of it in terms of the God of, God as the ground of being. Perhaps you've heard that term, or Meister Eckhart's Godhead. But I prefer, if you're familiar with Eastern philosophy, I like Brahman better as a analogous explanation or a definition of it.
So your God that you imagine exists is something akin to Brahman,
Yes.
a substance or thing that is everything.
Yeah, I've really been leaning towards Rupert Sheldrake lately. He talks about, he kind of
I'm sorry,
equates.
you're kind of not really responding in any engaging way. You're just talking about things you've read. I'm more as you believe. So talking about different philosophers or religious scholars isn't really going to help our audience or me understand what you believe, unless you happen to mention one we've read, right? So it'd be a lot more clear if you just describe what it is that you believe God is.
Well, yes, I mean, I tend to agree with these, people. I guess I look towards them to Rupert's model, or even, I don't, maybe you've read Aldous Huxley.
Hey, so I'm going to give you one more shot. I'm going to ask you, what is the God you're describing?
Well, it's we refer to as the absolute in perennial philosophy.
What do you
And
mean by absolute?
okay, so for instance, right now, in your ordinary state of consciousness, um, you could say that your consciousness is a filter of reality. That right now, as you sit there, your consciousness is actually being filtered, and so when these filters are removed, then
Is my consciousness being filtered, or is the reality around me being filtered?
but both are true.
Oh, I see. What does this have to do with God?
And so when consciousness no longer has these filters and is completely unbounded, this is what we would, a mystic might call God or the divine.
So
And
God is unbounded consciousness.
yes, exactly.
Why do you believe that there is some unbounded consciousness?
I believe that everyone has the capability of experiencing this.
How?
Of, in neuroscience, they refer to it as, or William James had this term mystical experience, and this is well studied within neuroscience. This phenomenon is,
Mystical experience.
yes.
Are you just saying that people have an experience in which certain neurochemicals are released and that is a mystical experience, or is there something else that is a mystical experience that you can
No,
describe?
no,
So are you
that's
Googling while we're talking?
no. That's part of it. And I guess that's one way to put it. You could I wouldn't say you could necessarily reduce it to neurochemistry, but another way would be having, like we
Why
talked about.
wouldn't you reduce it to neurochemistry?
Well, because I mentioned the this filter model of consciousness.
Filter model of consciousness. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out why you would believe that this is there. It sounds kind of like a presupposition. Are you presupposing a God is there and trying to define it into existence?
No, no, I don't think that's the case.
A filter consciousness model in which we are all just filters of a greater whole consciousness.
Well, this seems to be invariably what's expressed in a lot of these volunteers. So I don't
I'm
know if
sorry,
you're
expressed in what?
like I don't know if you're familiar with a lot of the research that's happening at Johns Hopkins University.
I'm
They
sorry, can you back up a little bit? You said this seems to be something expressed through.
And what something are you talking about?
Yeah, there's
Because you
research.
just kind of
Yeah, no, I kind of just jumped in there, but what I was
Yeah.
going to say was that there's research.
trying to segue.
To something else that
Yeah. Well, no, I
I
was going
see.
to point
So,
out.
what was the question I actually asked you?
Well, I mean, you wanted to try to distill what this God is, I suppose, and you were looking for a kind of definition.
And so far, you've said it is a Brahman, like everything conscious of its experience. And
Yeah.
I'm trying to find out why you think any such consciousness would exist.
Well, yeah.
Some
Well,
greater.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly why I was trying to segue into that. I think you would really probably find it. They have what they call psilocybin-induced mystical experience in the
I see.
volunteers.
So when you're using a psychoactive neurochemical or even just a psychoactive chemical in the brain, you think that the experience can be attributed to anything other than the psychoactive chemical you introduced to the brain.
Yeah, because like I definitely hear where you're coming from. That a lot of people do tend to, especially if they're materialist types, to reduce it to the neurochemistry. But it's clear that the professionals they kind of see it as something, a part of a mystical experience is part of the structure of consciousness itself.
Are you saying that professionals are saying that when they give psilocybin, they're then given some kind of mystical experience that is beyond explanation, beyond neuroscience?
Well, no, I wouldn't say it's necessarily beyond,
Well,
you
then what
know,
is it that you're referring to as God here? Is it the scientist giving the psilocybin to the volunteers, or is it the brain state through which the volunteers experience what they
yes,
call
yeah,
mystical
I think,
experience?
no, precisely. I think the psilocybin is a catalyst, but the insight of the phenomenon itself is really the meat of the topic here. So no, you're definitely right there.
So beyond the effects of the psychoactive chemical.
Well, these are very coherent and structured states of consciousness in which people are reporting invariably, such that they seem to be um, reported. Not only what they can map in their volunteers have been reported throughout the ages in the world's major religions, and so they this is kind of
So
why they
people
try.
have, I'm sorry, people have experienced altered brain states in the past and written about it in religious texts. How does this verify in any way that there's some greater consciousness that
I agree that yes. So yeah, they can map on this experience to mystics that have reported it throughout the ages, and so yeah, I think the as far as the science can go, they can talk about the neurocorrelates and the content experientially, but to bridge that divide between the metaphysical claim of the perennial philosophy, I don't
I'm
think.
sorry, the metaphysical claim of perennial philosophy. What is the metaphysical claim, what you've said so far, that consciousness is God?
Yes, that
Well,
everyone.
how is it you've been able to verify for yourself that consciousness is God? Because so far they gave patients a psychoactive chemical and psychoactive things happened. I'm not sure how that verifies a consciousness beyond human minds.
Well, well, I'm trying to elaborate on that. So I don't think it's just that they were given chemicals. When these professionals say that these experiences map onto the experience of mystics, they are invoking the perennial philosophy in this sense. And so,
In what way do they say that they map onto the experience of mystics?
so there's uh, the way they dissect this is there's a lot of professionals that you have your neuroscientists, you have theologians involved here, and they will dissect the literature for accounts and reports of so-called mystical experience, and they look for certain criteria, and there's 6 criteria involved with a complete mystical experience, and they'll sift through the
So,
literature.
who's sifting through the literature? The
The
doctors?
Yeah, well, yes, the doctors
The
they
doctors
have.
giving the psilocybin to the patients are also looking through religious literature for mystical experiences.
Yes, yes. So yeah, I mean, this research
And
has been going.
are they saying that they have discovered God in the mystical experiences, or are they saying that they have discovered what likely is the cause of the mystical experiences in neurochemistry?
I'll repeat that question one more time. Sorry.
Are they saying they found God?
Oh, okay. Well, no, yes, they're not. Well, it's not that the neuroscientists are declaring no, this is
Oh, I see.
scientific
So they're
evidence for God.
saying that they found neurochemical links to what people claim are mystical experiences.
Yes,
I
and
see. So, in what way does that verify that there are experiences of anything metaphysical or anything beyond the human mind?
well, yeah, no. So yes, the researchers are very careful not to go beyond just recognizing the neurocorrelates, but they do recognize that at least for their volunteers, this is quite transformative, and they have had atheist volunteers that after a session they will no longer identify with atheism after this event, and so I really believe there is
You're
something
saying
there.
that if you give somebody a neurochemical experience, they might no longer be an atheist.
No, like, precisely, yes. Dr. Roland Griffiths,
So, if right, you name drop. But my question is, why do you believe there's something beyond? And your answer so far has been, well, Johns Hopkins gave volunteers psilocybin, and it
well,
seems to them that some of the atheists might not be atheists because they had a mystical experience on the
no,
psilocybin.
it's definitely not
I'm
simply
not
that.
hearing, I'm not hearing in any way what it is that convinces you there's some greater consciousness beyond human
Okay.
minds.
Well, okay. No, I was trying to take a more scientific approach because I thought maybe
Can I ask you a question? What do you think this room is?
this room.
Yeah, this live that you're in right now. What do you think? What do you think you're doing here?
Well, I thought we explored topics like this.
I just explore topics like this. Let me ask you a question. Can you question your beliefs?
Oh yes, I do this all the time.
I'm sorry, you do what all the time?
I question the foundation of these experiences. I like I said, I've had one myself, and that's I was going to get at to you is that when you have this kind of this what they call non-dual consciousness, I started studying comparative religion myself, and these things will jump out at you. When you start reading the Plotinus speaking on the one, or the Brahmin of Hinduism, the experiences of the yogis.
People talk about mystical experiences, and for
Well,
you, they speak to you, and so
yeah, they begin
that's what I'm hearing you say.
very deeply so. Yes.
Okay, So when you've read about these mystical experiences, they resonate with you. Therefore, you determine there's a God of consciousness.
Yes,
Does that seem a little bit like a leap?
well, what ended up happening with me is I started to agree with how the mystics view the divine and consciousness, and it fell into a complete agreement with the perennial philosophy.
So you decided that you agreed with this philosophy, and so therefore you would agree with the God it presents.
No, I think I agreed with the divine beforehand because it was something experiential. The kind of wording or the way to articulate it came later.
It
The
was
perennial philosophy.
experiential. So for you, you had an experience that somehow verified to you that there is a God
Yes.
that is consciousness beyond the human mind. That seems strange that we've gone down this entire Johns Hopkins gave people psilocybin thing when the real reason that you believe there is a God conscious beyond human minds is that you experienced something. Why would you not start with that?
Well, I figured maybe you might be more interested in the scientific approach because
What do you think, again, that this life is?
I
Do you think
well,
I'm here waiting for someone to prove their God to me? Does it say, come show me your God exists and prove it real?
no, you're right.
What does it actually say?
Can you question your beliefs?
Can you question your beliefs?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Yeah. Can you scrutinize your own, I guess, epistemology? Would that be accurate?
That's one way to look at it. Can you scrutinize your own epistemology?
Yeah. Yes, I
What would
think
you
so.
say? What would you say is your harshest critique of your own worldview?
Oh, and dealing with a lot of, I spend a lot of time like hanging out at atheist podcasts and YouTube channels, calling into shows like the Atheist Experience or, Talk Heathen and The Line and so forth. And I often have to go up against people like Matt Dillahunty or Aaron Raw.
I'm asking you what your harshest critique is, not what Aaron Raw, and it's Aaron Raw, isn't it?
Yeah,
Aaron
Aaron.
Raw or Matt Dillahunty. I'm not asking what their harshest critique of your view is. I'm asking your harshest critique of your worldview. What does it look like for you to scrutinize your own epistemology, as you said?
I think that's the only time I really come into a head with it because otherwise it's quite convincing. I think, when someone has a mystical experience, I think it's hard to be persuaded out of it. And, um,
Are you saying that you're brainwashed and cannot question your own beliefs?
no, I'm
Okay,
saying
what was
that,
your answer then? Because I asked what your harshest critique
yeah,
is, and you started talking about how undeniable
I
it is.
suppose that would be it. Attempting to articulate it for, the opposite spectrum of people
So your harshest critique of your own belief systems, your own worldview, your own epistemology, your own method of coming to what is true or what is real is your inability to articulate the assumptions you already hold.
yeah,
Complete avoidance. It's complete avoidance of the question. You're not actually able, it sounds like, to scrutinize your own epistemology. It doesn't sound like you're interested in doing that. It sounds like you're interested in proving your God to someone or arguing the case. It doesn't sound like you actually can question your own beliefs and scrutinize your epistemology. It sounds like you just kind of want to avoid that.
maybe that's true. And, but I think there's a reason for that. I think what's shown in this vision is so incontrovertible that it can't, and there is no, way
What's
that
shown in
otherwise.
what vision?
The mystical experience.
The mystical experience. Were you meditating when you had this vision?
No, I actually followed Terence McKenna's advice of the so-called heroic dose. That's
If anybody watching does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. If you just want to tell me how undeniable your latest road trip was, I don't care. It's not actually questioning your beliefs, it's really just you preaching, and you can find your own pulpit. That's not what this room is. But if you do have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like it, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, we'll go ahead and request on up. I think we could use a refresher, a breather for a moment. Oh, I guess not. Well, we'll bring up a friendly here in just a moment, but let's see who we do have new in the queue. Hello, Psalm. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Psalm, can I get your age? Guessing you didn't mean to request. That's fine. You can figure that out if you'd like by hitting the request button again and then next time answering the first question. It's really not a hard one. Well, look what I caught in my snare. Got me a hammy.
Oh,
What's up,
you
hammy?
did indeed. Oh, just another day in paradise. Oh, hold on one second. I got somebody trying to come inside.
Of course, of course. While Hammy figures out his um, intruder, go ahead and request on number or anything like that. If you are open to questioning your beliefs.
And we have somebody inside the store.
Of course you do.
Yeah. I've been monitoring both sides of the chats and on the YouTube and here.
Well, is everyone behaving?
For the most part, it seems that they are. They like to point out how low you talk, and it's a bit. I keep telling them that's just how you talk.
Well, I could talk lower. Would they prefer that? Maybe I should go all
Want
the
you
way
to yell.
to the bottom. Yeah, no, I'm just speaking in a relaxed tone, comfortable voice. But we do, we do need a believer if there are any watching. Not that we need you to profess your God in some declarative way. Not that we need you to save us from our own eternal damnation. Unless that's really just what you're called to do. What we really are looking for is somebody who can question their beliefs, someone who can actually consider, could possibly not know everything, because I think that's the first step to really questioning your beliefs. And if you can question your beliefs, well then I might ask what your belief is and why you believe it. Is it something you've been told to hold on to? Something you've been forced into, indoctrinated, brainwashed? Or is it something that you chose for yourself? Some comfort against a fear that you have? What really is the reason that you believe in your gods, or God, or whatever it is? And then maybe, just maybe, we can find out, well, what is the benefit of your belief? What is the gain for you? And what is the cost? And so, Hammy, I've got to ask you, with your belief that no gods exist, well, what is the benefit?
I think the benefit comes from the idea that there's nothing grander that's happening behind the scenes. That nothing is, there's no like cosmic forces at play that when shitty things happen, it's just because shitty things happen. And when good things happen, it's just because good things happen. And that I'm not some pawn in some grand overviewer's cosmic game that he's playing. I think that's the benefit, is to having that realization that things just happen and there's nobody pulling the strings of these things happening. I think that's the major benefit of it.
So the benefit is just recognizing that nothing's responsible for anything. There's no one to blame. It's all just a chaotic mess.
Yeah, if bad things happen to you, it's because of your own doing. It's not nobody. You can't sit there and be like, oh well, the bad guy in my stories did it.
Oh, the way you said that raises a huge question. You said, if bad things happen to you, you recognize that it's your own doing.
Well, I think whenever I say your own doing, it's the royal you. So, like, if somebody does something bad to me, it's because of them. It's not because some cosmic being is over here trying to make bad things happen to me.
I see. You're not trying to say that the bad things that happen to us are our own fault. You're saying that they are humanity's fault, not a god's. Or
Yeah, precisely. Like,
Gotcha.
if you stub your toe because you're running late, well, that's on you because you woke up late. But if somebody breaks into your house, that's on the person who broke into your house. It's not some god over here saying, oh yeah, today you're going to stub your toe and someone's going to break into your house.
I might have more questions, but I think we have a guest. So let's see if Chris can question their beliefs. Hello, Chris. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 30.
And do you have a belief in a God or God's a higher power or anything like that?
Somewhat. I believe that all religions all point towards the same truth, but people's egos cause them to need it to be their specific religion. But generally, they're all speaking of the same exact thing. And I believe that consciousness itself is God, essentially.
Okay, so your belief is sort of an omnistic approach that all religions somehow point towards consciousness being God. Really quick, I'm gonna speak past you. Thank you, Rav, for the raid. Thank you. Welcome everybody who's joining from around the y'all coming in. So you're saying that you're accepting of a God, and that God is consciousness, and somehow all religions point to that.
Exactly. The religion, it's like,
what is it that it actually indicates to you that there is some conscious entity beyond our existence?
well, I think that partially we are the conscious entity beyond existence in a sense, but I believe that all religions are pointing to the idea, like all religions say not to kill, not to steal, not to do a lot of these
Really
things.
quick, I'm going to have to speak past you again because I've got to thank 7 of 9, El Josho, Freya, and Hammy for helping with that goal. You guys are amazing. And if anybody from a private account helped, well, thank you too. So you're saying all religions point to that. Can you tell me, have you studied every religion in the world?
Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam,
I didn't
Christianity.
ask for a list. I asked
No,
if
but
you studied all
well, I'm
of them.
saying, I mean, there's literally like millions at the end of the day. But if you're
So then
talking
how
about,
would you know that all of them say the same thing?
because I would say the major religions, if we're looking at the billions of
So
people
you
across the
ignore
world,
all the other ones and just choose the ones you consider major. What is it that makes a religion major?
I would say by the amount of people that are part of them. But I mean, I've studied things like Zoroastrianism and other
So
religions.
what amount of people makes a religion major?
Well, major, I mean, I'm referring to the ones that I've studied to answer your question. But the point is because there's millions, it's very hard to study all of them. I'm not against them. I'm not anything like that. But the depth of knowledge that I have is only within those.
Only within the ones that you've studied.
Which is a lot, yes. A lot
Do
of
all say not to unalive people? Do they use the same stipulations and rules, or are there some exceptions some give that others don't?
I think that when there are exceptions, a lot of this is from ego. But if you look at the fundamental of them, they're all saying like, do not kill. And when I'm talking about the ego part, it's then where they say, oh, but go and kill under this circumstance or go and do these harmful
So
things.
you're saying that all religions say do not, but that some of them give another part, an ego part, that says that it's okay. When you've decided that those are the ego parts and that the other parts are true. How did you decide?
So for an example, like inside of Christianity, you know, like I think it's very fundamental that in the 10 Commandments it says thou shalt not kill. But yet, you know, we look at, you know, Christians versus Muslims, Christians versus Catholics and all these things where they go and kill each other.
Did you hear what I said?
Right, and that's how I'm coming to it. I mean, it's just something that you can
I'm
clearly
not hearing you respond to my question at all.
Yeah. So I'm saying
What
it's
was
something
my
that could
question?
it's something that's observed. It's observed through
What
what we
was my
see.
question?
Your question is how did I come to the conclusion that you know, unaliving or something like that is just part of the ego, like when it's said that within the religion. I'm saying because you can see what it does throughout the world. It's an observable thing. It's observable that the religion said do not kill, and it's observable that we kill billions of people in the name
Is it
of
observable that the religion also gives excuses for when it's okay to unalive? And I'd prefer that you'd stop using the K word unalive.
I feel, yeah. Yes, I believe that that's still part of the ego.
So how is it you're able to determine that the parts of the religious doctrines that say it's okay are ego and not either from a god or the whole thing being made up?
Because it's the fundamental. Like the fundamental, like for an example, the 10 Commandments is like
What do you mean it's the fundamental?
Because like the 10 Commandments is like, do not do this, and that's the main point of what you're supposed to do and not supposed to do. And then the other aspects of it are these quick little scriptures, these quick little moments, but they're not what the
Are
main.
they really that quick? I mean, are they not well elaborated and given a reason? Are they not like drawn out excuses and circumstances in which it's okay? And do not the 10 Commandments just say do not murder, like to take a life unjustly? So it doesn't say not to unalive anything. It even gives a loophole within itself, doesn't it?
Yes.
Is that all ego?
Obviously, I do believe that there are moments of borderline righteous unaliving, people that have committed like serious atrocities.
So how is it you determine what is righteous and not? As a matter of fact, let's back up just a hair. What does the word righteous mean to you?
Something that helps yourself and society to grow while not.
Something that helps yourself to grow.
And others to grow while not causing harm to others.
While not causing harm.
In the grand scheme of the picture.
Grow in what sense? And how large is the grand scheme?
The grand scheme falls into the category of, we can't necessarily allow someone like Hitler to run loose, there are it's
TikTok.
Yeah, you could try to request back up, but that's 3 in a row. I give you a break. Take a lap. Hello, Philly. How are you?
Gotta protect the live.
Yes, we do. So everybody tap that screen. Share the live out. Wow, Shell, thank you so much.
Those are so beautiful. That gift is so beautiful.
It's almost like he watched What Not to Say on TikTok Live and decided to work it into every answer.
Perhaps that was what was happening there.
We can give him another shot, but maybe actually recognize you're on TikTok and stop using all the words.
Are you familiar with TikTok friendly words, Chris?
The H word? All right, no H word.
Yeah, no H word, no K word.
All right. I didn't know H was bad.
Can't say the D word. You have to say something like shrugs or going on a trip.
I'm with you.
Okay, so now that we've got the vocabulary out of the way, you were saying something about how, honestly, it kind of wasn't connecting to the question. Do you remember where we were question-wise?
I think the last question was, what is righteousness? Me, it's what allows it something that will help you to grow and allow society to grow while not harming others in the grand scheme.
Righteousness is what will help yourself and the world over the long term, as long as it doesn't also hurt.
But it got to be finished up with the grand scheme of things because of things like the H.
Well, that's
right?
what I said in the long term, right?
Yeah. Because like generally I would love for things to be purely black and white, but then when there are characters like H, it gets complicated. And I'm aware of that, but on a daily basis, you know, I'm not up against H. I'm up against just the general world. So for all practical purposes, yeah.
Not.
I think that we do know these things. I think that most people do know what causes harm and what doesn't.
Why do you think that?
Because I think most of us are very aware of our bad choices. I think that we...
How do you think we know these things? Do you think those are inherent pieces of knowledge, or are they learned?
I believe that is universal, and I think it borderlines on being...
You think right and wrong are universal. Why?
Because throughout societies, no society can really function properly if there's a lot of unaliving going on, if there's a lot of stealing going on or things like that. It's very complicated for that society to grow. So societies naturally incline to try to eliminate that as much as possible. And it just seems that societies end up growing when those things aren't in place. And it basically is almost like evolutionary. It's like evolutionary, like within us. It becomes very clear very early on that if we do these things.
So pro-social behavior?
Correct. And I think that at
can't tribalistic in-group, out-group type behaviors be pro-social to a degree?
Could you elaborate?
Can othering a smaller group in order to create a common enemy be pro-social?
I think that on a small scale early on, yes.
So if that's the case, then is that necessarily a good behavior then?
No.
Oh, well, I thought if it was pro-social, it was good.
So what I'm saying is that, once again, like if you're talking about us in these microscopic time frames, like when we were truly tribal, but for society to grow, for the society to continue, no, those things aren't good. And I'm not saying that they were good. I'm just agreeing with you that they can be pro-social in these small time frames, you know, like when we were in more of like a monkey-like state, I guess stealing from another tribe to kind of get some more food or something could have appeared beneficial, but in the long run it created wars, it created all the chaos, and we then therefore had to evolve out of it, and we had to learn that those things are just overall not correct. Someone said that we are all tribal today.
Hang on, stop. If you want to respond to the comments, you can do that in the comments.
Yeah.
I'm hearing you say that there are these pro-social behaviors. They are at a certain stage in development, at a certain time. They can be good, they can be bad. But somehow that's objective.
No, I am just aware that in these small time frames, the people within those tribes would have justified them as seeing them as good. I'm not saying that they were good. And in the grand scheme, as we try to become a true society, they're not good. It's not that they were good. It's that for those tribes, they felt that they were good during small time frames. But in the long run, it then led to wars.
What does any of this have to do with a god?
I think you brought me here, man.
Okay, so to be fair, it sounds like this is you saying that there is some objective standard is along the same lines as you saying that there is some kind of uniform consciousness beyond our minds. In some way, you think that because there is this standard of consciousness, it is somehow prescribed by the, I'm sorry, standard of morality that it is prescribed by the consciousness.
Generally, yeah.
Fair?
Yeah, I mean it's a little deeper because there's also the evolution of the consciousness itself, but yes.
I see. So you think that the consciousness itself has evolved?
And continues to evolve, yes. So
So God is a changing consciousness, learning from our experiences.
I think that it's always been attempting to point us to the highest levels of consciousness, but we have to evolve past.
What makes you think that it is leading us to the highest levels of consciousness?
Because
what
I
is
think
it doing to lead us?
Because I think for the average person, they go through periods of, I'm gonna be careful with my words, when you're younger, you think that you're doing all these foolish acts, and one day you come to the realization that harming others, harming yourself, and all of these things are all against the life that you actually want. Like the life that you actually want comes from you loving one another, from you treating one another correctly, treating yourself correctly. And that's just the actual truth. And that's like literally the story of life. It's the people that either listen to that consciousness or the people that didn't. The ones that didn't, they end up essentially unaliving themselves in some form of way, or the ones that do, they end up evolving.
The people who don't listen to this consciousness end up unaliving themselves in some way, and the ones that do evolve.
For an example, a beggar on the street, right? Like someone who maybe has done a lot of trippy stuff, right? They might not be physically unalive, but their state is very not in a good place. We can see that they're deteriorating from not listening to that consciousness. Yes.
From not listening to that consciousness, how are you making that last little conclusion there, that their state is from not listening to the consciousness?
Because when you go to those people on those sides on the street, they've all tried to get sober many, many, many times. And they go to therapies and they try to do all of these things, and they know that that's what they need to do, which also tends to align with all of the religious scripture of what we should do and what we shouldn't do. But they haven't made that right choice yet.
What does that have to do with listening to a consciousness?
Because they did not listen. They didn't listen the first time.
When did they have the opportunity to listen to the consciousness that would have prevented them from deteriorating in such a way? How do you know that they had the opportunity to listen to that consciousness?
Because I have yet to meet anybody that goes down a terrible path that hasn't had the talk with their like the metaphor of the devil and the angel on their shoulder. I've never met anybody who just goes straight on and never once questions yeah, I probably shouldn't be doing this. This probably isn't good. You have
really?
many. Yeah, I haven't.
You've never met anybody going through an addiction that didn't question it before recognizing the addiction?
Or a elementary aged child.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Well, those are two separate things, but
wouldn't that consciousness stop the elementary age child from doing a horrible thing that they should know better than? Is this consciousness?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Because there's consciousness and there's the ego, which are two separate things. The ego is the desire of what it is that you want to do at the end of the day. And the consciousness is a quiet whisper, and it's up to you to listen or not listen. And
how do you know that this quiet whisper is actually there?
Like I said, I just have never met anybody who doesn't generally comprehend what's kind of right and what's kind of wrong when it comes to the bad choices that they do to themselves and to others.
You've never met anybody with a different sense of right and wrong than you. Is the list of people that you've met less than 100?
No.
Oh. Have you asked everybody the details of how they determine what is right and wrong, and taken a survey of everybody you've met? Lists of right and wrong things to do.
Well, I'm explaining that in the conversations that I've had with these people, I've never met anybody who doesn't comprehend that real fundamental things like a lot of trippy use is bad and deteriorates. I mean, these are something that you like.
How did you determine that a lot of use of that kind of thing isn't a bad thing?
Yeah.
You've never met anybody who's used a lot of a mind-altering substance and hasn't determined at some point that it's a bad thing.
There's people that justify it along the way for sure, but they're always aware. They're always aware that there's some level that's bad. They might say that their level isn't
bad. In what way?
That it will
deteriorate.
It deteriorates the self.
Self, which by self, what do you mean?
All of it, the physical and the mental. So, like when you see someone on
all of it. What do you mean? What is the self?
The self is the mind and it's the mind and the physical body itself.
The mind and the body. Is what you're saying.
And when you see somebody who's like on a street corner, not only are they mentally deteriorated.
So you're just talking about people on street corners, not people who have functional addictions or.
No. We can go there, but what I'm pointing to is that our eyes allow us to physically see the deterioration in almost everybody. Like I've never met anybody who's not mentally aware that with enough of this use, you will end up in that deteriorated state. But people, you're right, justify maybe the amount that they can do before they get to that deteriorated state, but they're all consciously aware that.
How did you determine that they are all consciously aware of that?
Through lots of conversations.
Through lots of conversations.
Yeah.
And did you take surveys?
Mental surveys, yeah.
Mental surveys. So you talked to a lot of people and cataloged the results that you were looking for.
Not the results I was looking for, but I've observed.
How do you know that they are all aware of the repercussions of their usages?
How am I aware? They're all aware of the repercussion.
Do you see any possibility that you were making an assumption?
Yeah, of course.
If there is this assumption that everybody is aware of what will harm themselves or others, could that not really just be the same assumption that you were using to create a consciousness beyond minds that instills us with some objective morality?
Do you feel that you've ever met a person where you say to them...
My answers to the questions aren't going to help you answer the one I just asked.
But you keep on asking me how I know about people, and I'm saying I just have never met somebody who is not aware that there's some level of use that deteriorates them.
So because you've never met somebody who isn't aware of that, you assume.
I think it's in the soul. I think that there's a message.
What is the soul?
The soul is the self without the bad.
What does that even mean? The self without the bad? Who's determining the good and the bad?
It's the purest version of you that doesn't cheat, doesn't lie.
What do you mean by pure?
Doesn't cheat, doesn't steal, doesn't lie,
doesn't cheat, doesn't steal, doesn't lie. There's a version of you that makes no mistakes.
Yes.
And that's purity to you. Purity is the lack of mistakes.
Mistakes in those sense, yes. Mistakes on like, you know,
Missteps.
yeah, but I'm saying like, yeah, I don't know about like mistakes like, you know, you should have went left when you're driving a car, you should have went right. I don't know if that, but yeah, more morality wise, yes.
So purity is someone who doesn't do the things Christianity tells you not to do.
I'd say most religions.
Why did you just list lying, cheating, and stealing? Where does cheating even come from?
Cheating's a form of a lie.
Cheating's a form of a lie, so lying.
Something like that.
So lying, and lying.
No, I mean stealing is not lying, but it's not on its own lying. No, it's a form. There is a lie that's taking place, or a lot of times it leads to a lie. But there's other harm that it does because you created harm to that person.
So you're saying that stealing and lying are bad. How did you determine that?
Because it deteriorates society.
Because it deteriorates society.
And yourself and others.
How does it deteriorate yourself?
Because a lot of times it ends up leading to your own demise. Like for an example, if I were to go into someone's home at 3 a.m, there's a very large chance that ends with me not alive, or it ends up with me in a prison cell. And these are all lack of freedoms and not ultimately what my ego self wants.
What if
Go ahead, Philly. Sorry.
What if we were to think of like an example like Robin Hood, you know, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor, lying about it. It's still wrong?
Still wrong.
Even though in the long term, in the long run, in the big picture, it is actually serving more people.
Well, that would be like a whole thing that's up for debate. A lot more people being unalived because of the retaliation from the wealthy or different things like that. But it's just as wrong for the wealthy to not try to serve the poor. I'm not I'm just saying that we can't serve a wrong. I'm just saying that we can't serve. We can't use more wrongs to make a right.
So no matter what you do in that situation, somebody's doing something wrong.
Well, I think that there's a way for those type of things to be worked on, but it's not going to be from stealing or from anything like that. No.
Did you have another question, Philly?
Always. I'm just trying to keep myself on. Why don't you take over?
Well, before I do, thank you, Blue-Eyed Phoenix Rising. Chris, do you leave any room for the possibility that you could be wrong?
I believe that if you don't leave that possibility, then you're bound to be wrong. So I think you always have to observe things in that sense, of course.
Can you tell me how you observe these things about your objective morality being somehow instilled by observe those with that lens of potentially being wrong? Give me an example of something that you dealt with in that framework.
Before I do, I was fully Christian. I've been fully like multiple religions, and also had the ego of my religion had to be the correct way. So I definitely had to see the wrongs in those things. How could I be wrong? there doesn't have to be a supreme consciousness. There could be just things that are just noticeable that allow societies to work better. That I could be like fundamentally wrong about, like unaliving or stealing or any of these things are going to lead to a more productive small time frames. And trust me, like even like when it comes to the rich, like would I love to take some maybe away and give some to the poor? I mean, yeah, the ego part of me does, you know, because it's my desire, it's what I want, but I don't believe that that's the correct way. I don't think it can be, based on observable things that we've seen throughout histories.
Based on observable things. What observable things?
We've seen enough of everything when people take from one another. I mean, like go into your neighbor's house right now and you'll find out that I'm right. Like I don't think it's like even really open for debate. Like just go do it, and like you'll find out. I mean, if you enjoy life, you'll find out that I'm right.
Neighbor is my sister. I don't think she would mind if I was in her house.
Pick the other neighbor. Go to the left. Go to the right.
Neighbors like me.
Go up the street. Go to another neighborhood. You'll get the point.
What is the point, Chris?
The point is that some things are truly observable. That like if you go into people's homes where you're not supposed to be and you take things that you're not supposed to take, the consequences are bad for them and the consequences are bad for you. And
no, did you know that in the 50s they used to always keep the door unlocked just in case a stranded motorist needed to come inside to use the phone?
Oh, just in case a stranger?
Yeah, somebody who was driving by ends up breaking down to call for assistance.
And why do you think that stopped?
Why do you think that stopped?
I asked the question first. Why do you think that it stopped?
This is me trying to question your beliefs to figure out what you think. What I think isn't going to help you with what you think.
I think everyone here knows why it stopped. Everyone here, more likely because we saw the rises of some pretty terrible things that took place, and people doing things that they shouldn't do, and people waking up with missing items.
What are we even talking about at this point?
That you can simply observe a certain right and wrongs just through your simple actions. That they stopped making the phones, people stopped leaving their doors unlocked because they didn't want their stuff taken from them anymore. And this all leads back to the idea that if you go into a random person's house...
Was that the case?
Pretty confidently. I mean, there might have been a little Jeffrey. I don't know if I'm even allowed to use his name, but, you know, good old Jeffrey. I don't think that we want Jeffrey in our homes or things like that. Yeah, I think a lot of things like that is what built up to it. And the news allowed us to see what was actually going on. And there was a time frame where we couldn't even tell. So in our neighborhood, it seemed safe. But then once the TV started turning on, we started realizing, like, what was really going on.
I'm sorry, how is that? How is that telling us that there's an objective right and wrong? It's just telling us that people do things that we determine in this society to be wrong.
I don't think that it has anything to do with this society. It's all societies.
If it was all societies, then how would it have ever been a case that that they did leave the door open, or that people, like, how are there not communal societies where people do not have those kinds of boundaries?
The choices would essentially be that during those time frames, people were actually living by better
frames.
Mm-hmm.
So those time frames where someone's in a different society.
No. I'm just simply saying that they were playing by the moral rules that I'm basically saying that we should follow. These people were like living through these moral truths a little bit better than in this one. That's it. And that even
How are
points,
you determining that?
because the people were either so naive because they didn't have the news and they didn't see what was actually going on in the world, or it was because there was enough morality that was taking place during those times that they felt confident to be able to keep the door unlocked.
What is morality?
To not be unhappy by your choice. Like if that, like when
Holy
you leave
crap.
that.
I don't even know how we're having a conversation anymore. Morality is to not be unhappy by your choice.
I've said, I mean,
What are we talking about?
morality at the end of the day, like I've said it before, which I said what righteousness was, it's not to cause harm to others around you, essentially to yourself, and not to like harm others in the grand scheme of things. So it's the same as
That's
that.
righteousness. So
It's a measurement within the morality.
what?
It's a
Righteousness is a measurement within reality. Or
Morality. Yeah.
What is it measuring?
The good, because it's not
So
measured.
righteousness is a measure of good. How many righteousnesses does it take for a good to be great?
How many righteousness does it take for it to be great? Well, I feel like you keep on asking me these questions, then you ask us how we ended up in the place that we end up. But at least doing more righteous acts than doing immoral acts, that's for sure.
I have questions about that, but I don't think we're getting anywhere.
I don't think we're actually getting anywhere. I think Chris has just got some buzzwords he likes to use that make him feel better about saying morality is objective and righteousness is good or a measure of good.
Without asking questions, like, just tell me how I'm wrong. And I think I've only had to define the words because I've been asked so many times.
Chris, I'm not here to tell you that you're wrong.
Okay.
I'm just here to ask you if you can question your beliefs, and it sounds like you don't do that. It sounds like you have them pretty well. I don't want to say reasoned, because it's not reasoning, is it? It's assumed. You have them well assumed, and you don't question those assumptions. But go ahead, Hammy.
So you keep bringing up morality, and you think it's objective, Chris?
That morality is objective? Is that what you asked? Is morality objective?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's fundamental objective morality.
So, what is your understanding of the term objective? What does that mean?
Like, either observable or just like solidified as true.
Observable or solidified as true?
Mm-hmm.
Is this your own definition of what objective is, or is this something that?
I mean, that's just always been my comprehension of what it generally means. I mean, I'm sure if you have another definition, I'd be open to it.
I think your answer's clear, Hammy.
Yeah.
Chris, I think we're going to move on to a new guest. I appreciate you being here. Maybe another time we'll have more questions, and who knows, maybe you'll have different answers. But
Thanks,
yeah,
Chris.
Yep. Sorry, Philly. I don't know if you had any more questions for him there, but
No, we're all good.
I don't feel like we were getting anywhere.
I've been questioning the viewers in the YouTube.
Have you? I wonder if any of them have any beliefs they're open to having questioned. I guess
They have the
to find
same.
the same. Oh, more energy gods.
Yeah, the consciousness being the God.
I see.
They also, it made me have to look. You need to start adding your link tree to the YouTube bio.
It should be in the YouTube bio. The TikTok.
I see the TikTok link, but I don't see
links.
Let's see, Batcolyte, hosted by Thrayle, respectful questioning beliefs and challenging assumptions. Let me click on that. Let's see what happens. It looks like. Nope, it sends me straight to the TikTok homepage, to your page.
Interesting. Yeah, there should be the link tree should be in there, but I'll fix that after the live. But it is just the link tr.ee/Thrayle.
I'm just giving you 10 seconds of lava.
10 seconds of lava.
Unless you really want me to set it up for longer.
Well, here, let's do 10 seconds of lava.
Live lava. Look at it.
That is awesome.
It looks so pretty.
Still not quite a fountain, is it?
No.
Just spurts and sputters.
Sputters and flows. That's all it's doing.
Hey, we got a Blake joining us.
Hey, Blake.
Hello, everybody.
Good morning, Blake. How are you?
Doing pretty good. I had some questions for that guy when he was talking about addiction, but it's probably a good thing. I don't know if I could have kept it Socratic and kept my
so many rabbit holes that were hard to Socratically explore.
There's been so many moments where I wanted to just flat out correct him, and I was like, nope, I can't.
Not here to tell anybody they're wrong, just to find out if they even can question their beliefs. I see a few people in queue. I do not know the order of those requests, so I'm gonna just kind of close my eyes and well, okay, I can't hit accept if I close my eyes.
We have a Brian the Viking in the comments saying that he has a good one. Mike me up.
A good one.
Okay, I'm tired of holding up the phone. Are we done with the lava or should I set it up?
No, you're good, Philly. I'll shrink you back down there. There we go. The Bluetooth for the music disconnected, so now it sounds funny. It just told us. We'll get that back. But while we figure that out, God or God's higher power or something like that, I think this one's been waiting the longest. And nope. Next, Brian will probably be on the list here if the next guest isn't. No.
Bluetooth connected.
There's our music. Brian says, "Let me up. Maybe I'll cry again." See, Brian, you're not encouraging me. We'll go next. We'll go next. Papi Chulo, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
25, bro. 25.
Oh, wow.
He put in the comments that he's taking. Yeah, I'm not gonna read it out loud. I read that as he came up.
Yep.
And I'm just like, I'd rather not. Like, you can request again when you've washed your hands. I'm not interested in knowing what you're doing while you're doing it. In the meantime, Yes, let's get an update from Brian. Try not to cry, though, on us. How's it going, Brian?
Hey, morning, guys, and man, I'm surprised to see you up here at 4:30 in the morning. This was kind of cool this morning.
Yeah, well, it's late for me, but
Oh, it's early for me. I'm getting ready to go to work, man. I was just down in the basement, and I'm like, holy shit, the Batman's on. So I wanted to get on here real quick.
The Batman.
The Batman.
Batman.
I'll take.
Anyways, I mean, this is one of the better rooms that I see on TikTok. So I mean, I really do like what you guys do in here. But to get onto the topic, I think lately what I've been struggling with is the duality of the spirit world and the real world. Not knowing that, you know, if there are spirits and if that's something that maybe I should be believing in or not. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on, and
Why would you believe in spirits?
I don't know. I like getting back into it. I mean, I just always like to think that, you know, that there's somewhere that after this life that either we're safe or we just go back into the whole cycle of whatever we're stuck in here. Like I still don't know why we're here, you know. And I don't know why I keep getting so obsessed with it, but it's just like, I don't know if it's something ingrained enough in just being humans or whatever, but
Do you think knowing why we are here is something any of us are ever going to achieve?
maybe at the end of our lives, or whatever happens to us when we die, we'll figure it out. But I think as far as
So you don't think we're ever really going to know?
honestly, I think
Why do you?
I just think we're
why
just
do
like
you let
another
it?
group
I'm
of
sorry.
animals.
Yeah, I wasn't quite done. Why do you let it affect you so much? The pondering of the why.
Oh, I don't know, because to me it's like if you're not always trying to question things and maybe like understand situations, then maybe you're missing the purpose of being here. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like some people are just so
Do you think
content
there
with
is
not
a
knowing anything.
purpose? Do you
Oh,
think
see,
there is a purpose?
the purpose that is unknown. Like the purpose is unknown. Are we here to
You're missing my
see
question.
visions?
I'm not asking if you know the purpose. I'm asking, do you think there must be a purpose and why?
Oh, that's a good one. I don't think there must be a purpose. I think possibly there is a purpose. As far as what that is, I don't know, and that's what keeps me questioning, you know. Like lately, I'm not going to mention the dude's name, but there's some other guy on here I've been listening to for the last week, and he kind of leads towards Satanism and stuff like that. And it's not like he really tries to condemn the Bible. I mean, obviously he's like for the devil side of it, but you know,
Brian.
it's just more
Brian.
things that make me question. You know? Yes.
Mhm. My questions, because it sounds like you're pursuing whatever God or spirituality that you might be pursuing for some
Spirituality.
underlying purpose.
Yeah,
Right.
God. I don't believe in like
So
an
because you're
ever powerful
it
God.
helps if I get to the end. It sounds like you're doing this because of a desire for purpose. Is that correct?
That is correct. I do feel like you know, I have a purpose. As far as what that is, I don't know. Like, I mean, I know I get up every day, I go to work, I try to fulfill my responsibilities with my family and all that, but
Mhm.
as far as like a spirituality side of it, like that is like unknown.
Why do you think?
Mysterious to me?
Why is it that you think there must be some purpose?
Oh man, see now we're getting into it. See, I don't know. I honestly can say that I don't know. I wish I could. I wish I had an answer, but I really don't. It's just I don't know. It's
Could there?
maybe something inside me that wants me to think that at the end of life everyone's going to be happy and just I don't know.
Could there be no purpose?
Oh, absolutely. There could be nothing at all. I mean, we could die and that's it. You'll blackness. You don't know. But to me, I've always kind of like to hold on to the hope that when we do die, that maybe we are reunited with our loved ones and all our animals come back and everything. But I don't know. I haven't died yet, so I don't know how many times. I don't know how many times I've been on this planet.
Who doesn't want the Rainbow Bridge to be a thing? But in all seriousness,
I want to go to Valhalla.
Why?
That's where my ancestors are, if there is one.
Valhalla. I'm
of Norwegian descent. My grandmother's parents came over here from Norway, so I kind of.
But does that mean they would have gone to Valhalla? Or
no. That was a warrior thing, and not everybody that died in Norse went to Valhalla. It was just something for warriors, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
If you died with honor, you were allowed into Valhalla.
It had to be dying within battlefield, right? It wasn't just dying with honor.
Oh yeah, I mean, they took that in a different way than we do, so they looked at it differently. The pagans.
Well, the pagans still see it as dying in battle. Like that's the only way to Valhalla.
Right.
Brian, do you desire some kind of afterlife?
I would say, yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe it would be a safe place for me, I think. Finally,
a safe place.
I don't want to. I don't like this. I don't like the struggles in this world, man.
Safe from the struggles of this world. Is that what you're looking for? Safety from?
Yeah.
So you desire an afterlife
where I can
just be safe from this life
and not have to worry about bad things happening to me or my family.
Mm-hmm. If you could imagine that this life, this life that you've known since life, imagine that this life is the only one you get for a moment.
Then I'm going to have to do a lot more living.
Well, what would you change?
Oh, here we go. I think I would change the way I desire things that are not good for me. Self-destruction.
So
you would self-destruct. I get too comfortable in life, and I destroy what's around me because I don't know what it is to be comfortable. I don't know.
It makes sense if there was some greater afterlife, some other thing, to still live this life as though it were the only one.
That's a tough one, man, because I wouldn't want to give up what I have now, because I love my family and everybody.
What would you have to give up if this were your only life?
Wait, repeat the question. I don't think I'm understanding it right.
What would you have to give up if you discovered that this was your only life?
If I had to give up, so are you asking if I had to give up one thing
Nope.
to make sure I could go into the afterlife?
Nope. Not at all. I was asking if this was the only life. Well, what is it you would have to give up? And the reason I asked was because I was asking you to imagine this was the only life and asked you what would have to change, and you said that you wouldn't want to give things up. So I'm asking, what is it you would have to give up if this were your only life?
What would I have to give up? I wouldn't, honestly, I don't think I'd want to give up anything right now.
I'm not asking if you. Yeah, I think you're misunderstanding the question. That's
Yeah,
fine.
I am. I'm
That's
sorry.
fine, Brian. If this was the only life that you had, and there was no afterlife, what would you change or have to change about this life to have no regret?
I don't know. I live with a lot of regret, so it's hard for me not to imagine a life without it. I've done a lot of bad things in my younger years that I'm really not proud of. So I carry a lot of guilt around because of the things I've done, and it's a burden I carry a lot. So it's guilt, feeling inadequate. I think a lot. I feel inadequate. Like I feel like I don't fit in. I can do a lot of things. I'm good on my own, but I really don't like people that much. So I can't say I don't like people. It's certain people I don't like.
So you have feelings of inadequacy and guilt about the way that you lived this one life.
Yes.
That leads you
I
to
feel like
desire something after this life so you can be free of that burden as well.
I'd like to have some redemption.
Why?
Doesn't everybody want to feel redeemed for their mistakes?
Do you think that there?
I guess I've learned a lesson.
Do you think the feeling of wanting redemption is reason enough to believe it will be there?
So I don't know, because the direction is undetermined. I don't know if there's an afterlife. So is it worth it for me to try to redeem myself? Who knows? But I feel like there is a desire to.
You think there has to be an afterlife for you to seek redemption? Or to find a way to redeem yourself?
See, the thing is like, it's a vicious cycle, because I could always try to do things to make myself feel better about things that have happened in the past, but the past is always there to remind me. So it's a never-ending cycle of trying to make myself feel better and then feeling bad again. So that's what I deal with, man. And like, as far as coming in here with beliefs, like the first time I came in here, I guess I had a lot of misconstrued beliefs, and believe me, I do think about stuff. So I mean, it's just tough sometimes to think about things and rationalize and be positive. You know what I mean? The music is great tonight.
Yeah, it is. Brian, I don't know that I have any more questions for you tonight, but I appreciate you coming up and sharing what you have.
No, it's great, man. I always have a good time in here, and you guys, this room is really good. I just want to remind you guys that.
Appreciate you, Brian. I really do. I hope you keep asking questions, and I hope you have a great day.
Oh, absolutely. You too, and
don't take it personally. But thank you, Brian. Hello, Esther. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
43.
God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Well, I guess I have a belief in a specific god. In the afterlife, after we expire, I believe there's something there. And I can question it because I don't know it.
Can you?
I don't know it.
So
and
stop for a second. Stop for a second. You seem to just want to give a monologue when I asked one question, which was if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like it. You said you're spiritual. I asked what spiritual is. You having a belief in some kind of afterlife. Is that what spiritual means? Is that what spiritual means?
yeah, spiritual means like when we expire from this physical, that there is something after that. It's not just black and in the dirt, warm food.
Something after that for what? What do you mean after that?
Well, people have, there's like spirits and ghost experiences, or like
What is a spirit?
would be like an entity of expired person.
An entity of an expired person. How have you determined that these spirits, entities exist?
Well, I could say it's a belief because it's what I believe. I can't say it's knowledge.
Can you question that belief?
Yes, I can, from certain scenarios and situations.
What does it mean to question a belief?
What you believe. Knowledge is knowing.
I see. So when I ask if you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, you say no, but you believe there are spirits. You believe there are entities of deceased persons. And do you have knowledge then of a god, or does God even play into your worldview of spirit?
No, I don't have a knowledge of one, but I believe that there's something after expiration. And my knowledge, what I would say, but it's still, I can't convince anyone of it. But
why do you believe there is something after expiration?
Because it makes me feel comfortable knowing there's something after just turning into worm food or blackness.
But you just said knowing.
But that's why I said that's what spirituality is. Knowing for me is certain situations I've been in that are like unexplainable, and I'm like, okay, well, I can't explain it. I don't know it, but I believe it.
So, certain situations you've been in, you don't know, but you believe, but you know there's something after.
Well, just as far as like, spirits or entities or whatever, I'm skeptical of everything, and I try to question and make logic sense of whatever I can. But there's some instances where I could not explain what had happened.
Is it not being able to explain what happened? Why?
Where I could not.
Is it not you?
Yes, you're exactly right.
Does that not seem contradictory?
No, the thing is, I believe. I don't know. Like in my mind, I know what I experienced, but I can't convince anyone. So it's just
You wait, but you have convinced somebody. If you say you know, doesn't that mean you've convinced yourself?
touche. But I have other people that can validate the same experiences.
So because other people can validate an experience that you weren't able to conclude an explanation for, then you have then concluded the explanation that it is spiritual because other people also couldn't explain
for it.
And you leave no room for the possibility that the experiences that you claim are spiritual are products of your mind or mass hallucination or...
You know, I've had hallucinations before. I've done mushrooms and acid. Like, I've had those. But
so your answer then is yes, you don't leave any room for the possibility that these experiences are products of your mind or group phenomena.
It very well could be. That's why it's a belief. But there's just one specific scenario for me when I had a few people expire that I was close to in a car accident, whatever. And it was about 6 months later, and not one that I was most closely attached to, whatever. I just woke up and said, and there's something just came over me and said they were here. That is the only thing I can explain.
Something came over you and said who was where?
That one of the people who just expired were just there in the room with me. And
How long between I'm sorry, you keep going.
That is the only thing I can say to explain it. That's it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and ask, are you drunk right now?
I could be more.
Wow.
He could be more drunk. It's usually
could be more.
Is the
Could be less.
Could be less.
We would definitely prefer less.
Oh my. I would prefer less drunk. Okay, I don't know who's been in the queue longest. I think it is this one. So we'll go there.
Good guys, my name is Alexander.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Well, my age is 29 years old.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I have a belief.
Which god is that?
The source, the creator, the father of all things.
Is the faith practice of any kind?
Well,
could I read about it somewhere?
Well, I mean, you can.
Where would I read about it?
You read about it in the Bible.
And have you read the Bible?
Yeah.
From beginning to end?
I read it. I just got information that was for me to receive.
I see. So you didn't read it from beginning to end. You just read pieces that you say spoke to you that were for you to receive.
Yeah, messages from my father.
Do you believe the stories within the Bible to be true, or just the messages you received?
A lot of the stories, yeah, I believe.
You believe a lot of the stories. Do you believe Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior?
Well, I believe in Jesus, and I believe in God the Almighty.
Okay, so you believe in Jesus and you believe in God.
Yeah, because you have to
I see.
believe in
So, do
yourself
you believe in
instead
a
of the self.
6-day creation? Do you believe God created everything in 6 days?
Well, God created everything in one day.
In one day. So you didn't read that part of the Bible. You don't know how many days he created it in, or
I mean, the Bible's allegoric.
oh, now it's allegoric. I thought you said a lot of
I
it was
mean,
true.
it is a lot of things in it is true, and a lot of things have
What
been
does
changed.
allegoric mean?
Or when you ask what does allegoric mean, it's defying fiction from reality.
Allegoric means defying fiction from reality. Are you drunk? I am.
No, I'm not.
That means he could be drunker.
No, I'm not
Actually,
drunk.
no, I'm joking. It was a previous guest. I think Philly might have a question for you, Alexander.
How do you know which parts of the Bible to interpret as true and which are more allegorical?
Well, a person's belief is a person's belief. At the end of the day, you're gonna believe in what you're gonna believe in. You can't change that about a person.
So you
It's-
don't
it's-
actually have like a clear way of determining which is which. You just believe what you believe.
I mean, I have a way of determining Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall. Yeah, a lot of people don't like Jehovah's Witness. Yeah, wow. But still, at the end of the day, they believe in the same God that every other religion believes in.
Did going to Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall help you to determine which parts of the Bible were true and literal and which were allegorical?
I didn't even want to go to the Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall anymore because my great grandmother told me you have to find the truth. You have to find the truth. You have to make the truth your own. When she said that, you have to make the truth your own. So it's not what another man says or reads out the Bible, because the Bible has been changed. The Bible has been manipulated.
So, for yourself, what has been manipulated and what is reliable and true and what is allegorical?
Well, for what I know, what is true, my Father, the Creator, the Most High, Yahweh, told me this at the end of my journey to walk with Him. When I had completed my walk, when I was isolated and outcast and homeless and outside on my journey, he told me this. He said, don't rely on the word anymore, because you already know the truth. So it's walk by faith and not by sight, knowing that if God is this, so do you.
Have you been drinking tonight?
No, I haven't been drinking at all. I mean, to be honest, no, I haven't been drinking at all. I just wanted to, clear that up a little bit with you guys. And
I was gonna say, I haven't been drinking.
The hiccups.
Oh, I didn't even hear the hiccups. God.
I swear to drunk.
Saturday night backlight Hey there, Riley. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, sir. I'm 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, on a higher power, or anything like that?
You know what? What I believe is I don't know, and that's comfortable for me. What I say
You
is I
believe
don't
that
know.
you don't know.
I don't know. I was a human being on this little planet here, this vast expanse of everything that is there. I don't know. I'm open to everything, but I don't know. I'm open to everything, but I will say
That's a
I
great
believe.
answer. Let's get some W I don't knows for Riley in the chat. I think Riley, I don't want to ask the questions that you do know the answer to, because we just asked the last two guests. And yeah, you know where I was going.
Oh snap! You
Hey,
guys brought me out.
cowboy.
All right,
Can I
bet.
get your
Best.
age for TikTok TOS? Thank you. Did you want to request stuff?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Are you okay? So can I get your age?
Sure. I'm a 27-year-old man.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like it?
Yes, sir. I'm a mildly faith Catholic. Yes. I
And
said
have you
mildly
read
faith
your?
because I've got confession for a while.
I see. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I did when I was in the military, but that was a few years ago. So I'm something.
I'm curious why you. I'm curious about the level at which you believe the Bible to be literal and true.
Oh, literal is kind of a broad topic. I wouldn't take anything in the Bible literally, if I'm gonna be completely honest.
Not even the death and resurrection of Jesus.
Okay, well, that I do believe.
Oh.
Mainly
What about the
because
6-day creation?
Excuse me?
6-day creation. Adam
Yeah, I
and
don't
Eve
know,
in the
man.
garden.
I just told you I'm not like super well versed in it. I mean,
The creation
I told
story
you.
from Genesis 1, the first chapter of the first book.
Yeah. See, like I said, I'm a mild Catholic. I'm not a Bible thumper or anything. I mean,
Are you
I wear a
familiar with the
scapular.
story of creation?
I wear a scapular. I believe in the resurrection. I believe in Jesus, Mary, and God. So if you have anything that pertains to these three that isn't exact Bible verses, anything that you can say that can question my personal beliefs, I'm willing to hear them.
So,
but you're trying to attack this from like a scholar.
How much you take
I mean,
literally?
you
Why
are
are you
because
arguing? Why are you arguing before I even finish what I'm saying? You're here to debate, or you're here to question your beliefs?
well, everybody
I
else,
think
you've
you're
just
here
said
to
that
be
they're
a.
drunk and then gotten
Yeah, you're talking over me. So here's the way this works. I'm here to ask questions about your beliefs. If you can question your beliefs, then we're going to question your beliefs. Right now, I'm questioning the what you believe portion of the background there. See, it says, what do you believe? Why do you believe it? What is the benefit? What is the cost, right? We're still in the what you believe portion of the questioning. And I'm trying to find out just how literally you take it. And you're getting defensive about my question. Just seeing if you believe in a 6-day creation does not somehow argue against it or take a scholarly approach, as you said. It just tells me really or not. So can you answer the questions? You're going to have to find the mute button. There you go.
Ask me a question about beliefs.
Yeah, do you believe the Bible to be true and literal?
Not entirely, no.
Oh. Do you believe that the earth was created in 6 days, as it says in the Bible?
Yes, that I do believe.
Why do you believe that?
Because having a higher power makes more sense to me than a random clump of nothing that suddenly turns into something and then bang, the Big Bang happens. I think that's so much more out of the realm of possibility.
I'm sorry, you said having a higher power makes more sense than a random happening out of nothing.
Then the Big Bang Theory. I'll shorten that, yes.
Is the Big Bang Theory...
Or else, what else is it?
What is the name of the Big Bang Theory as it's currently understood? Do you know the name of the model that scientists refer to?
No. Explain it to me.
I'm not here to explain things to you. I'm asking.
So why would you ask?
I'm asking you if you know the model to see if you know what it is you're saying you don't believe in and have painted as random something from nothing. It sounds like you don't, so that's fair enough. You don't.
Am I wrong?
So why would you classify it as a random something from nothing if you don't even know the name of the model?
Sure. First off, I think most of us would appreciate it if you would shorten your sentences, because you take way too long.
Oh,
It's too bad, isn't it?
I was really hopeful we'd get an actual conversation and not just meta.
It's a Saturday night. We're not going to get an actual conversation. It's a bunch of drunk yahoos and the occasional.
Oh, come on, have some hope, Mr. Skeleton Man.
Yeah, over on the YouTube, they're saying that drunk people start opening up more and start crying at things. I might have paraphrased that. I mean, yeah, that's exactly why I don't want drunks up here, is because they just start randomly having emotional outbursts unrelated to the conversation. That and you, nonsensical.
It also feels like punching down because somebody is not in their right state of mind, and we are here all in a right state of mind talking to them.
Why are you punching Hammy?
Because I'm always, I came out the womb swinging.
Yeah, I always gotta keep, an arm's distance away so that those swinging arms don't punch into me.
Yeah. That's why that's why we don't ever get in a box side by side, right?
Right, never. But good thing because I'm 7 feet tall, I have long arms to hold you at bay in case you ever do something.
That keeps us from ever, my swings ever connecting.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I can't tell if you're ironically saying you're 7 feet tall, but I don't want you to tell me.
She is totally 7 feet tall. What do you mean? She is a Philistine.
If you are a Philistine or any other type of believer in a deity, request up. How's that, Hammy?
I like it. I need more. I need more of y'all. More of the regular questioners to do this as well with me.
If you are a deity that you believe in, come on up. Request up to one of the boxes.
You like boxes?
I think Hammy just broke himself.
If you are not broken by having questions brought to you about your beliefs, then request up and we will have a respectful conversation with you. But also, please don't be drunk and please don't be obnoxious about the meta. Yeah.
It does get boring quickly when they're just complaining about the nation.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does. So maybe someone who, right, as Beck says in the comments, someone who can be normal-ish, whatever normal is. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, well, go ahead and request on up.
Who is Roddy?
Rowdy Piper?
I don't know. Could be,
I was thinking Rowdy Piper.
Rowdy. I do not know. Amoria says that
Price is right.
Normal is a setting on a washing machine. That's the way I've always heard it. It's the only place I know that word to be printed and standardized in a daily setting. But I'm sure there are other uses of normal that aren't condescending to people with different ideas.
A vector perpendicular to a face's surface.
Is that normal?
It's the normal of a plane.
We Americans will use anything but the metric system.
That is true. If you have... I got nothing. If you have something...
a metric, if you have a metric on questioning your beliefs, well then, go ahead and come on up. Let's see what your questioning measures out to.
And if you do have something instead of nothing, then request on up.
Lion IRC says that Thrayle wants guests question their own beliefs and thoughts about God, but Lion does not.
I want people who are capable of it. Not everybody has to already know what questions to ask themselves or even know that they would. But when they hear me say it like that, I think it sounds either as an invitation to something they didn't know they were allowed to do, or as a challenge to something that they're curious about challenging. Either way, I'm encouraged at anybody willing to try to question their beliefs.
Cafe on the YouTube says it's a slow night. As I said over there, it really is.
as it is. But welcome everybody who's watching over on YouTube. Appreciate you all being there. It's not bad. I'm encouraged to see that. Hopefully we keep growing, keep gaining more people on both platforms who might be interested in questioning their beliefs. And who knows, maybe I'll find a way to get guests up from YouTube.
Use Video Ninja or like StreamYards.
I got to sleep.
You got to sleep.
I got to sleep. Do you want 10 more seconds of lava?
Yeah, let's get 10 more seconds of lava. Nice.
It is so mesmerizing.
Yeah, this is what's on my living room TV, like, continuously.
So beautiful. Look at that. You too find the lava beautiful, but you have a belief in a God request up.
That was disappointing, Hammy.
Look, I'm too busy watching the beautiful. Oh, look at that.
Once they have to readjust the camera, that's when you know it's really begun.
The longer it takes to get to that point, is it... What does that mean?
Means the more extreme the eruption is probably going to be. They use what's called a tilt meter, which basically from the magma chamber expanding beneath it. And so there's a pretty predictable pattern of the tilt rises to a certain point and then drops dramatically as like the whatever clog in the pipes has formed gets cleared out. And most of this stuff that's coming right now is kind of like the degassed lava that's just been in the tubes since the last eruption. And so now, as the blockage from the magma chamber is breaking, the gas trapped in the top of the magma chamber is pushing out all of the residual lava from the last eruption and all of the rock that has like slothed off the wall, or sloughed, I don't even think I'm saying that word right, but like come off the walls of like all of the plumbing underground. So all of this is still just like pre-eruptive episodes. It's called pistoning, when it is like the seal breaks a little bit, a bunch of gas is released, and all of a sudden you get this like really hard piston effect of, and you get these like overflows of the residual magma. And then once it runs out of that residual magma, you start to see these little sprays like it's doing right now. But then once the blockage from the magma chamber up to the surface is cleared out completely, there will be lava fountains, and I think the last one was like 1,400 feet tall. So probably they're like the largest ones ever recorded. So it's
wow,
a good time to be alive. Let me double check the height on that and make sure I'm not like completely over exaggerating.
Okay, Vulcanugulist.
A volcanugulist, is that someone who can Google about volcanoes?
Yes, I'm a Vulcanugulist.
I undersold it. It got up to 1,500 feet last time.
That's impressive. I think Philly's ready to pass out. Appreciate you, Philly.
Yes, please. And if you are not going to pass out, request up to talk about your God belief.
Sleep well.
That was a very fine version.
It was a great segue. Thank you, Philly.
It was the best one she's had tonight. Both stressing there's no Taco Bell jokes.
No.
We don't joke about Taco Bell. That's sacred.
And if you too believe that Taco Bell is sacred and have a belief in a god of Taco Bell, then request stuff.
The segues are going to get worse now, aren't they?
Much, much worse.
If you feel like you're going to live moth in the next life, come up and tell us about it.
I wonder if it only works when I do it.
Maybe.
That's what it is. It's because Philly's not on panel. If you want to be on panel, though, and you can question your beliefs, well, then request on up. I just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it. Answer those questions. If you can even question yourself on those points, well, then maybe we might ask what your belief does to benefit you. What is its what is its greatest benefit? And what is its greatest cost? Esser says that we're afraid of logic. No, I'm just annoyed by drunks. But we could try Esser again, I suppose. We could see if he's any more coherent. But where were we with him? Wasn't it energy gods? That he assumed, oh no, yeah, it was the consciousness. Energy. Is that panpsychism?
Maybe. Is that when you're psychic about which pans people are using?
Yes, Hammy. Yes. No need to research Google or question that at all. It's obviously what it is.
Nope, I am fully 100% not going to ever Google that because of the fact that that's exactly what it is. I knew it.
I mean, the pan told you, right?
Exactly. The pan told me.
Yeah, I thought it was psychic, but like you're only psychic to the mythical creature Pan.
It's panpsychism, mythic.
Welcome back, Esser.
Hi there.
Can you remind me the god that you believe in?
None.
None. You believe in no gods whatsoever.
Not one specific, no.
Was it a consciousness beyond the mind?
Well, we have dreams, don't we?
I don't know how that answers if your belief was in a consciousness beyond the mind, if that's what we spent 30 minutes talking about or not.
I just said that if you have dreams, that's a consciousness beyond your conscious mind.
How is a dream a consciousness beyond your mind?
You know, deja vu, there's certain dreams you can have that seem
What is deja vu?
like you've been there the same time before. You've been in that situation before. Like, as minimal as it may be.
Have you ever looked into the neurological causes of deja vu?
No, I'm not a neurologist.
Is it at all possible that neurologists have some explanations as to what you're calling deja vu?
There potentially could, but do you think neurology is correlated with spirituality or religion?
What?
Do you think your brain function has something to do with religion or spirituality?
Potentially, but I'm not here to answer questions.
I said the same thing you just said.
How?
I did. I said, do you think neurology has the same as a correlation to spirituality or conscious?
How did you say what I just said? What does that mean?
It means I said the same thing you said, but with different words.
Okay. In what way are you... I'm sorry, the questions here were about you believing that there is a consciousness beyond a mind, beyond physical brains.
Well, and I said dreams, nightmares, like, isn't that...
What does that have to do with...
subconscious? Isn't that subconscious?
Subconscious, is that beyond your physical mind? Is that outside of your brain?
Well, I think, well, I'm awake, then I have a conscious decision to make. If I'm sleeping, that's my subconscious.
And if you're drunk, who's making the decisions?
You want me to say alcohol, don't you?
No, I don't want you to say anything.
I'm making my decisions right now, and I'm trying to be as rational and...
I'd love it if you were actually hearing the questions and responding to them, but you're just kind of drunk and rambling at me.
Please don't say that. That's very judgmental, and I think I'm doing my best.
You think you're doing your best?
Do you?
No, I don't. I think you can do better.
Well, good. We all can.
Okay, well then, why would you insist on being up here when you're not in your right mind?
Well, it's because I think you can't just have the ultimate say on how people should think, and you need to be open-minded.
I don't want to have the ultimate say on how people can think. I do have an open mind on other people's perspectives, but what I don't have an open mind to is boring, drunken ramblings over the top of my questions that don't actually follow my questions or respond to my questions. It's like you just want to have a conversation.
I'm doing my best. I think I'm addressing everything as best as anyone could.
In what way do dreams indicate a consciousness outside of your physical mind?
I said it's a subconsciousness.
You're not subconsciousness outside of your physical mind.
No.
So then, in what way do dreams indicate a consciousness outside of your physical mind?
Okay, well, I can't say that anyone has a consciousness outside of their physical mind. That'd be like an out-of-body experience.
You were saying that there was a consciousness before that is like a god. That
I did not say
correct?
that.
I was asking.
And I said I did not say that.
Okay, then what is it that you had said was?
I think the question that I heard was there a consciousness outside of your mind? And I said, yes, dreams are a subconscious which you don't have control of. And when I'm awake and alert, then I can control my thoughts and behavior. When I'm sleeping in my bed, I can't control my dreams.
Oh my goodness.
How is that not a valid answer?
Because you've already agreed that his subconsciousness is not outside of your mind. So
And then you asked where a
why would
consciousness
that have
outside of
anything to
mind,
do
and I
with
said
it?
I don't know. That'd
And
be
the
like
reason why I was asking was based on our previous conversation, because when I asked you prior if you believed in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, what was your previous response?
I said I believe there might be, but I don't know.
Is that what you said?
Yes, like to narrow it down, I believe
You
that's
said you believe there might be, but you don't know. I don't
yes,
remember you
exactly.
saying
It's
that.
belief. It's not knowledge.
Yeah, I don't remember you saying you believe there might be, but you don't know. What kind of God did you say that you believe there might be?
I said I believe in spirituality, but I don't
And
believe
I
any
asked what
religion or God.
spirituality was.
Exactly right.
And
you
what
know,
is spirituality?
I don't need to be threatened with a infinity hellfire to make me act like a good person right now. I think that's consciousness. So there's your consciousness outside of the physical being. There you go. There's the answer. Bingo.
What part of conscious are you saying is outside of a physical being after you said that it was both the conscious and the subconscious is inside? Like, do you think that when...
Well, he just made a decision. That's his consciousness outside of the physical mind. Bingo, bango.
You know, but isn't that the same as like morals?
No.
What?
Yeah, isn't that same thing as like morals and
Wait,
He's just venting. He's just like, he hears buzzwords and he's like, debate.
agree with you?
No, I'm looking
No,
for
Esther, you
people
just said
actually
something that was...
honestly question their beliefs and not just randomly gibber things that come through their drunken brain.
Yeah, that was not a response in any way to the question that was being asked, but just enjoy the chat, drink some water, come back another time.
Man, and I was almost sold. Almost.
Hello, Ashley. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
30.
Also, I won't be needing your camera either. I don't need that unless we need a demonstration for something.
I just happen to 34.
You said 34, okay. Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I have a very open-minded belief, but if you specifically need one to challenge,
is that I guess I'm wondering what the point here is, because
Do you see the big question in bold?
yes, I do. Can you question your beliefs? I
That's
feel
the
like I
point.
question my belief, all of them, my many beliefs, all of the time. So what I'm wondering is, what belief specifically would you like to question?
Did you hear the question I asked you right after your age? I said, do you believe in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Is all of the above not an answer?
So all of the above is what you believe in.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
So, God being that Jesus Christ is part of God, right? Okay, that's a
So
fourth
just to
belief
back
in my
up real
life.
quick, so when you say that you believe all of the above, what you mean is that you are a Christian and you believe the Bible.
I believe in.
Do you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior or not?
Okay, so am I not able to take bits and pieces of each one of these religions and make them mine
Is that what you're doing?
without forming it into some sort of cult?
Is that what you're doing?
Yes, currently that is exactly what I've been always doing.
Okay, so you're taking bits and pieces
So,
of what
Jesus
religions
Christ,
and making
obviously
them
historically accurate, was here. Just
I
outside
wish
of
drunk
that,
people wouldn't just be drunk all over me. I didn't ask you if Jesus Christ was real or here. I was in the middle of asking you another question when you decided to continue your monologue from before. If you'd like to come up here and actually converse with me, if you'd like to actually answer questions, you can try again. But it sounded like we were just going for a drunken rambling. It really did. Sorry, Ashley. You weren't responsive and you were just talking over me. No, I didn't let you answer because you didn't let me finish a question. I don't know what you were answering when you were dropped. You were just monologuing.
How can you even answer a question if you haven't let the questioner actually get to the end of the question?
It doesn't matter. Pretty sure we're just going for drunken rambling part 9, Sheikh Zula said. That might have been the 9th one. I don't know. I've lost track. That was all I asked. After I asked if she believed in a god or gods, and if she was a Christian. But she went on something else. Mirage says they don't know if Jesus is the Lord or Savior. I wouldn't know either. We'd have to figure out what a Lord is and what it's saving you from.
Normally they're an administrative landowner.
That's what I thought a Lord was.
The Lord differs from the peasants.
Sheikh Zula says something odd about turning on your camera in a room full of profile pictures. Well, I don't know, it's pretty common on a lot of these panels, but it is, I find, distracting from the conversations. If we just look at each other's faces and see the expressions we make when people are saying the wild things, the unbelievable things, well, then they'll react to the faces and not just say the thing that they really believe. But I definitely got to thank Philly Red, Duricius, Kylie, Shell, and Amoria for helping with our previous goal. I let that sit for way too long. Thank y'all so much.
Can't let it slip by there.
The weekends, I just forget sometimes that the gift goals are up there, and I'm so focused on managing the door, I guess. when it's drunk after drunk, I just don't know. Thrayle is a bouncer now. Yes, Sheikh Zula. The AI overview keeps saying we're debating. We're not debating AI. I think you should figure out what a debate is. I'm not presenting a proposition that is meant to be agreed with or disagreed with. I don't have resources or rebuttals for the most part. We are just questioning what it is people believe and why. If they can even question.
Maybe if we just sit there and say, question.
Questioning beliefs is questioning. Is it questionable to question beliefs when you're questioning what is clearly so questionable?
Questioningly so.
Rosie Posey says they believe in science because it's repeatable. The benefit is human advancement and knowledge. Seems like quite a benefit. What is the cost? I don't think it's poetry time yet. But yeah, Roger doesn't need to slam the caps and chat like that. We don't need that. That's just shouting. Keep your textual voice down. Everyone's sleeping, can't you tell? Of course, Roger's name is in caps because he just wants everybody to know he has arrived. But let's go ahead and give, and maybe as you wait there for just a moment, Roger, we're just here questioning beliefs, not debating. I'm not arguing. I'm not interested in a shouting match. I'm not here to prove you wrong or have you prove yourself right. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well then, what is your belief and why? Do you believe it? And if you are up for that, well then request back up. But otherwise, I tend to know the knee-jerk request after spamming caps in the comments doesn't tend to go well.
Yeah. Take the 5 minutes in the shadow room.
What if they just speak really loud and it's an earnest warning?
All that loud typing is going to end up causing people to wake up. Can't have that. Cafe over in the YouTube says that he's good. He's not asleep. He says though Thrayle's voice does sort of double as an ASMR stream.
Is it really the voice, or is it the repetitive nature of reminding people that I'm just here questioning beliefs? Maybe I've lulled you into a trance with my questioning nature and reminding that I'm only asking questions. Is the voice really that key?
If I was to talk in a different voice, would it still be as effective? Would
Well, we should all talk in a different voice.
You should not.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is my normal voice.
It sounds like you're choking on it.
I'm Thrayle now.
Blake's Thrayle now.
Cafe says no, it's the whisper. It sounds like ASMR on the mic.
Oh, it's a whisper. I gotcha.
Every time people say you're whispering, I'm like, no, it's not whispering. It's just he has a normally.
Yeah, I could actually whisper. We're not gonna do that, though. We are gonna thank Shell for the swan, though. Thank you, Shell. That was beautiful.
It really was.
When I die asks if I can talk like that again. Which one? The whisper or the high-pitched gravelly thing?
Maybe they just liked it when you were talking all high like that.
And Nishu points out that my voice is even deeper and slower in YouTube. I've noticed that. I think there's a lag. I think it slows down just a little on the restream. So, the true voice. I don't know. I don't know if you're hearing it as well as I'm hearing it in the monitor on TikTok.
Do you notice you're a bit louder whenever I'm not on panel than when I am?
Yeah, TikTok does this weird thing where it changes the volume if you're on panel versus not on panel.
Feeling that if I could hear you as well whenever I'm off panel, while I'm on panel, that when I do go off panel, it'd be more like you're yelling at me.
I wouldn't know what that's like, yelling at anybody. Never done that before, ever.
Not once, ever. Not me being on a panel one time when you did yell and dropped everybody.
Well, I guess while we're waiting here, I can say hello to some folks in chat. So it's good to see you, Seven Lemons. Welcome in, as always. Freya, good to see you. Also, B-Star, hello there. Thanks for joining us this evening. I think I've seen you in for several hours now, so appreciate you being here. I see you as always. Sheikh Zula, of course, and Shell. Always good to see you, Shell. I think I saw Batman in there, throwing emojis in chat, like I usually do.
Welcome in, Derek.
Trident Man is probably one of the most direct superhero names I think I've ever seen. Trident Man.
Trident Man!
That was a little too energetic there. Hit me, calm it down.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I meant Trident Man.
How dare you get so excitable?
Yeah, we don't get excited. Oh, even that bell sounded way too exciting.
Just way too excitable.
No, guys, don't you dare start being exciting. If I see a single exclamation point in chat,
There we go. The AI overview finally got it right. Questioning beliefs. And we're just going to keep saying that because that's what it is. Questioning beliefs. Because I'm not here to argue or debate or anything like that. Not big on the shouting matches or the long-winded monologues. I might ask you about your testimony, but more so the experience, and if I can question your beliefs related to those things. That is, of course, if you are open to that kind of questioning, if you even can consider alternatives to your assumptions or the possibility that you could be wrong. Well then, I would love to ask you about your beliefs. If you can, then request on up.
East Coast Christian should be getting up for church soon, so hopefully there'll be some sober ones.
Cafe from the YouTube wanted me to ask you to recite some typo O negative lyrics.
So hopefully,
yeah, number 1, something like that.
Oh, that sounds.
I picked like the most generic chorus of.
I was gonna say it sounds like words that have been spoken before.
Yeah. I do recite poetry at the end of the live, but not usually copyrighted song lyrics.
do you ever do Shakespeare?
I have not read a Shakespeare. I've read Poe. I've read Longfellow. I've read Keats. I've read a lot of different members of the Discord's poetry.
Did Wilde? Oscar Wilde?
Oscar Wilde.
Yeah, I knew he did like short stories. Actually,
so.
like stories. But I didn't know if he did. For Halloween, I did for just as a little quick special, I did read the Double Toilet Trouble.
Yeah, I saw you doing that on a few lives. Hey
So,
there,
guys,
Boyd. I don't need your camera at all, but I do need your age for TikTok TOS.
I'm 25.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
No, they're all lame. They
Why
also
don't you
like to
believe?
have people force their voices.
Oh, I see. What does that have to do with anything?
It's just something I do not believe in.
I see. Why?
If there was a god, there wouldn't be TikTok lives, because holy crap.
I see. Well, don't worry, Void. You won't have to stumble across this one again.
Thank God.
If anybody watching does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. We can't all be like Void and have higher sensibilities than to actually enjoy this kind of conversation. Just have to be assholes and, question things and not be whatever Void's problem is.
Who's that good voice in their voice? Nobody does that around here.
Yeah, that would be ridiculous, huh?
You're both just trying to make me sound more and more like an anime villain by comparison.
Well, I can't really. I guess if I went deeper, it would be really forcing my voice. I don't even know what that would sound like.
I've been working on my fake Thrayle voice. Do you want to hear it?
I absolutely do want to hear your fake Thrayle.
Yes, please.
Well, everybody just drops their voice as deep as they can go when they try to do a Thrayle voice. And then they just do the fry.
Come up here and drop a Thrayle impression.
What are you talking about? That's not exactly what I just did 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think the only person who's ever gotten really, really close to sounding like Thrayle has been Tiny.
Tiny can do it. Tiny can do a pretty good Thrayle voice. Con can do a pretty good Thrayle voice too.
I haven't heard Con's Thrayle voice.
Yeah, Con and I traded voices once on a panel.
Did you do a really good Con impression?
I don't know if it was really good. I just went for British. Raised my voice a half an octave.
Can I hear it? It's decent. Not exactly Con, but if Con was up here and you did that, I'd be like, oh, yep, I can see the resemblance.
Freya wants to hear me do an Elmo voice.
Hello.
Maybe another time. Mirage, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh shit, 32.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything?
Oh, this is cool. I didn't know you could actually hear me. Sorry, this is my first time.
Yeah, we can hear
belief. Yeah, okay. So let's see.
Do you believe in a god or anything like it?
Oh, that's crazy. I can't even hear myself. All right. Belief. Then I converted to Hindu. Does that answer the question properly?
No, it really doesn't. It doesn't tell me if currently you believe in any gods.
Believe I mean, I guess I would say that I believe in like a majority where that like strict belief kind of lands. Because it's like when you're Catholic, it's like you're Jesus and it's only Jesus. You have to believe in exactly like what they say kind of deal. And that doesn't exactly make sense to me. You know what I mean?
Still trying to figure out if you hold a belief in God or gods. I guess if you're saying you're Hindu, you would have some kind of belief in a Brahmin or something like that.
So Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu, those are like the three main gods.
I said Brahmin.
It's almost, huh? Oh, Brahmin?
I said Brahmin, not Brahma.
Oh, I'm not exactly sure what Brahmin is, to be honest with you. But my idea is more that the fact that it holds like a longer time period than just when Christianity came into play. Because even then, when you think of like Catholics, Christians, stuff like that, like their belief stems from Hebrews.
I'm not asking really too much about other people's beliefs. I'm asking about your belief in a God.
Okay, so then my belief as a God, I would say, is that there's multiple gods, but there's one God that governs all of the gods.
Why do you believe that there is this henotheistic hierarchy?
I would say that the idea comes, or at least my belief in it comes from the idea that all of these different types of religions hold similar stories, and that they all kind of like trickle back to one main idea, that there's a God. There was a time
before. All these beliefs hold similar stories. What beliefs are you saying all of?
Like they say that a lot of like the stories out of the Bible and stuff, that those come from like other scriptures and things like that, or like they come from like the Vedas. The Vedas are like I mean, I guess they would be like similar, kind of like similar to like the Bible for Hinduism.
Have you read the Vedas?
No, I'm actually working on that now, actually. Yeah, I have like I just ordered not too long ago. Like it's taken a while. But like I just ordered not too long ago, like the Vedas book. It's called the Bhagavad Gita. But that one's like the main, I guess that would kind of be like the Hindu Bible. And then I would have a Bible, like my family has those. I have a full Arabic, and I can't fully read that one. So I found one that's in English, so that's coming. So I'm trying to find like different things that are like...
You've found these different scriptures from Abrahamic faiths and Hindu. What makes you think that they are all connected, and how does that in any way verify?
Well, I've watched like, I mean, this is...
other gods. Sorry, I wasn't quite finished. How does it verify in any way that any other religion's gods might be tied to this?
Well, I feel like there's this kind of idea where like different religions, or like, I guess they wouldn't be a cult, but I feel like they kind of like, they all share similar stories. Excuse me. So I feel like because they share similar stories and things like that, that they all kind of have like a general idea of what was going on. I don't know, maybe like thousands of years ago, because it's like there's plenty of history and stuff like that that shows that there was like a time before like the Abrahamic religions came into it. Hinduism, I want to say, was like first written down at least maybe 6,000 years.
What makes you believe that any of it is true, though?
I would guess, well, that's what I mean by like they kind of share similar stories. So like
when you go to like the Hindu side, like
Regardless
India,
of them sharing similar stories, what makes you think any of it is true?
I mean, I think that's what I mean though, is that there's different spots throughout the world where they all kind of share different words or whatever it is for like their god or whatever, but they all have very similar stories. So my
But
idea
if
is
the
that
stories are similar, could they not have been
the same
carried from
thing.
one? Could they not
Yeah.
have been carried from one place to another by people?
Yeah, and I believe
that
that.
indicate why would that indicate that there's a god there?
Well, I like maybe maybe they carried the story over like when they traveled from wherever to wherever, so then that kind of spread it out, and then they just changed the name upon their like language kind of deal. Because like I've seen different videos. I mean, granted, whether they're true or not, but I've seen different videos where like they say like in the Grand Canyon they found like Egyptian hieroglyphs, which I wouldn't put it past like the Egyptians to have gone like.
All right,
hey,
Mirage, stop talking for a moment, please.
yeah.
Just stop talking, please. Not to be rude, but please, for just a moment.
Okay.
No. I need more moment. Hang on, make the moment longer. Okay. What was the question that I just asked you?
Repeat it. What was it? Sorry.
I had asked you that even if the stories were similar and could have been carried by humans from one place to another, what about that would make them at all true? And now we're talking about Egyptian hieroglyphics in California. That doesn't at all square up with my question, does it?
Well, maybe the fact that they were carried on as long as they were would make they were down long enough through places where like history has extended past what we've seen. Like in spots where there's history and we call things like, 4,000, 5,000 years old. It's like those things aren't actually the oldest thing that we've seen. We've found things that are older than that. They're just not things that we fully like place in, like what they teach in school and stuff like that.
So age makes something true.
Not necessarily true, because I would still regardless kind of question it if I had the opportunity to like
if
ask
there are
somebody.
similarities between one religion and another religion, and we can see that where those similarities are regional and where they might be coincidental and where there may be no similarities at all between some of these religions. If all of that is the case, then why would any of those seeming similarities indicate a God existing?
Why would any of those seeming similarities indicate a God existing? I would think, if anything, maybe by them being passed down as long as they have. But then that's where I would ask, like, where does that come from? Like, like how further back can you go from that standpoint? Like, if I could go back, like, 6,000 years and ask somebody, like, where do you get that belief from? And then ask that person, where do you get that belief from? Like,
and if you went back and you found out that the farthest you could go back, people would say that they were thanking the ancestors for a bountiful harvest, or praying to the undefined spirit of the sky for rain. Would any of that indicate that there is some God or spirit?
I would take that as like a no, because if they were like, oh, well, we prayed for rain and then they got rain, I'd be like, oh, I mean, I don't know what their weather patterns would be like back then.
But like if there was like something where like they actually, you know, took like I don't know, took like a sacrifice or like a bowl of food or something, they physically took it to like, I don't know, one of like the really old temples or something, or like you know, something that we at least maybe know of, or if not them, that's older than anything, and there was like an actual person there, and they were like, you know, here's an offering, we need some rain, we need something, then I guess that would be like the center point to where I would say like, okay, then maybe that's the person that's like they're, you know, a god, or their god at least. But if they were just like, oh, you know, like we prayed for rain and we got rain, like, you know, maybe it was just a hot day and you got
You
rain.
get Mirage that I'm not interested really in the long-winded answers about what other people think and believe, right? So what I'm asking you questions about your beliefs. It's about you. It's about your belief. It's about what
My belief would go off of whatever I could kind of prove. So if they could prove that, then that's where I could. As far as people that have like history dating back further than just one thing, like being raised as like a Catholic, it's like they kind of just go back 2,000 years. It's like there was a whole religion prior to that. So how could I believe just one thing?
Maybe it's me. Hey, Harry, do you have any questions for this guest?
No, I really don't.
Fair enough. Hey, Blake, do you have any questions for Mirage?
No.
Mirage, what does it mean to question your beliefs?
I mean, I would think that if I think that this is true, to question it would be at least finding some form of proof to prove that it's not true. And the most that I could come up with is that I think that if people have something that's dated far enough that that's closer to truth than people that are like not as far back. I could believe more in
why
Hinduism
does
than I could like Jesus.
Why does the age of something make it more true than not?
I would think having like a longer kind of standing kind of deal.
I'm not hearing the answer there though. Why would the age of a practice, a belief, or a faith, why would that make it more true than less true?
I mean, I guess it wouldn't, but I would think that if they have it, like the stories that are in Hinduism and things like that, those are taken the same way as the accounts as like God and stuff like that. So I would think that if they have those kinds of kinds of stories and things like that, that's something where they can kind of like say that they saw the proof of God, or when like the gods walked the earth, they were in this part, they were in that part. Like it kind of holds more weight than. And I don't believe in Jesus either. I just believe that he was a god of a different area. But as to say that like Christianity is my main religion, that's the belief, like, no, I can't say that that's just the solo belief. I can believe that happened. I can believe Jesus is real, that he's a god. And
Mirage, slow down. I didn't ask you about Jesus, but now I'm going to. Do you believe Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior?
No.
Why do you keep bringing up Jesus?
Because that's one area where God then came into play.
What do you mean that's an area where God came into play?
Like in a timeline kind of sense, that's when he then appeared. He appeared about, 2025 years ago. But before that, there were other gods, and those gods were before him. I can believe that he was a god and that he was real and that he was around and he did the things that they say he did. Maybe not exactly the way the Bible says. Excuse me. But the same way that like the Bhagavad Gita and things like that talk about like the Hindu gods and them performing the things that they did, like the Ramayana, stuff like that.
Sorry. Why
Those
would you
things are
believe?
real.
Why would you believe that Jesus? I'm sorry. Why would you believe Jesus was God revealing Himself in any way? If you don't,
I don't think that it was God revealing Himself. I just think that He was another form of God, because like in
what does that even mean?
Hinduism, it's like you have the three main gods. But like when you talk about like Krishna and stuff like that, Krishna was one of the reincarnations of Vishnu. So he was another form of God. Like when they say that there's like multiple gods and stuff like that, there is multiple gods, but it was the three main gods kind of, how do I say it? Like they were reincarnates, like they were God manifesting Himself in different forms. But in a sense, they were still, even though they were different actual gods, they were just like, they all lead back to the three main gods. Shiva has his, form of reincarnations that were different people. Vishnu has his forms of reincarnations.
Mirage, what is the harshest critique you have of you?
That predates Hinduism.
So
or
you're
Zoroastrian, even, because I think Zoroastrian's actually older than
just to clarify, the harshest critique you have of your belief is that there might be something older than your belief. So it's not a critique of your belief so much as a critique of the age of your belief. Something might be older than your belief, and so therefore it might be more true.
Yeah.
Why do you tie? Why do you tie? Why do
in
you
one sense, I
stop?
could say that even the gods don't believe, aren't real.
Stop. I feel like I'm talking to a drunk, and this has been actually I don't think you are, but maybe you are belligerently talking over me, though, when I'm trying to just get to a point. Why do you think that age equals truth?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, why does age equal truth?
Oh, my bad. It muted. I was like, I guess I don't know how to answer that. I would feel like age maybe just holds more of the weight just because we don't know if gods maybe were like on Earth to say that. But I feel like at some point there was a time on Earth when there were gods. So I feel like time is my idea of where my belief would stand. But even then, like I could say like, well, the universe would be older than that. So then shouldn't you just believe in the universe?
So desperately need something to believe in like this. Something godlike.
I mean, if it was proven wrong, I wouldn't believe in it at all. So I don't feel like I need it. If there's no God, there's no God. I mean,
what leads you to believe that gods were on the planet at some point in time?
because I feel like throughout the world, there's been a kind of like not pattern, but like there's a series of like, you have in this area, like there's these people, let's say Hindus, they're like 6,000 years ago. And even then 6,000 years ago, that's just like, I feel like that's not like super exact. Sorry, hold on, it's popping up. Oh, that's to follow you guys. Like I feel like it says that like, they were there, and then you like being raised Catholic, they're like, oh, Jesus was born here, this, and then when he died, that's when we turned the calendar, and then boom, it was like year 1. So I feel like that put a date on religion to like kind of put an idea to where God was here at this time, and this, this point in time, this is when God was there. So I feel like there's like an idea of like to believe in God is like when they were touching the earth. So it's like, okay, well, if Jesus touched the earth 2025 years ago, you know, when he was then crucified, so then there's still like those 30 years before. But like that's when it was, and that's when we like kind of mark everything. Then if that's the case, 2000 something, whatever, 3000, 4000, 5000, 6000 years before that, there's Hindus saying that their gods were touching the earth. And then at least 1000 or whatever years before
But
that,
why do you believe that anybody, why do you believe there are any gods to touch the earth in the first place?
I don't know if I necessarily believe it, but that's what's said. That's what's in the book.
Okay, I feel like we're not really getting very far here, Mirage. I appreciate you trying to answer these questions. I don't think right now that we're really engaging in questioning your beliefs so much as you telling us that things, people believe things. I think maybe another time, maybe you'll be able to answer the questions more clearly. Let's see who else we have in queue. If anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, we'll go ahead and request on up. But I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to argue. I don't want to tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if so, well then what are your beliefs, and why do you believe them? Hello, Anna. Could I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 41.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power?
I believe in the universe, but I identify as an atheist. And if anything that I were to akin to something that I could believe in, it'd be the ultimate god of death, Anubis.
Well, that answers some of my later questions, but for the moment, you say you're an atheist. Does that mean that you believe no gods exist, or that you lack belief?
I lack the belief because it's not been shown to me.
I see. So you lack a belief because it's not been shown to you.
Yeah, if I can't touch something that's not tangible, if I can't lay my own eyes on it, I'm not going to do blind belief. Nothing has ever shown itself to me, so why should I put belief in something that is not going to make itself known?
I see. And what do you think would convince you that a god or gods exist?
Would come into my house and show themselves to me, and I'm speaking this as I'm a nurse by career, and if a entity made itself known, I would want to get my head checked to make sure I was good, because the thing is that I don't think there's the capabilities in the universe or any entity that would be able to make itself manifest. It would take literally me touching something, me being able to converse with let's just qualify it as an alien. If I could speak with it, converse with it, or touch it, that might make me believe. But other than that, I believe that there's no higher power than thyself. And to put it in a very negative light, there's no one coming to save us. The only God is the God of death, and we don't meet him until we lose our mortal life. So how could anyone know?
Right. So you've referenced now twice the god of death.
Mm-hmm.
If you had to worship a god, and you could choose what that god was, is that what you would choose, is a god of death?
Only because that's the only tangible master that I could imagine having to explain myself to.
Tangible master. Do you think that, so you are, to clarify before I go into the next question, you are an atheist. You don't believe there is a God of death.
No, I don't believe that there's any tangible God, Christ, Master on this earth. But if there were one, I would put any faith in. It would be the God of death, because that's the only one that I think any of us are ever going to be.
And when you first referenced it earlier, you mentioned Anubis, the Egyptian god of death.
Mm-hmm.
Why Anubis specifically, and not any other?
The creation theory, and if you've read Canterbury Tales, or if you've read enough into the Bible, or the Jewish Bible, the Muslim text, it references some sort of god of death. There is enough proof that there could be a entity like Anubis, and there's different names for him.
Why not a goddess such as hell?
Say again?
I said, why not a goddess such as hell?
Well, I'm not familiar with that entity, actually. I'm more familiar with the most of what I've focused on during my time of trying to get clarity has been the Greek gods, and Anubis is one of those that I'm more familiar with. So if you want to educate me or enlighten me, I would love it.
Or Cosmoots. Cosmoots would be a good one, right? A bat.
Cosmoots would be a great.
And then you don't have to worry about it being anthropomorphized, male or female. Well, I guess Cosmoots is male, I think.
Well, the thing is that they consider, and I'm sorry if I'm not using the correct vernacular, but they consider Anubis to be unisex.
Oh, I see.
They consider Anubis to be a androgynous entity, and
I knew what you meant.
Okay.
So, Anna, why though Anubis? Is it just because it's the one you are most familiar with?
Well, it's the one I've read most about with different literature and studies, and when they've decrypted a lot of it and they found things in the pyramids, that's one of the ones that was mentioned numerous times. And a lot
because it was mentioned numerous times.
Right, because they actually found scrolls and they found, evidence of offerings to Anubis in different burial rituals, is why I think if there is something that is beyond us, that would be the most logical explanation in my mind.
Because people in one region of the world believed in it.
Well, that partially. The other component of that would be the Viking burial rituals that referenced a god like Anubis. And
Right. Which god would that be?
I'm actually forgetting the name.
I think Hammy mentioned her a minute ago.
Yeah. Hell, I mean, and as Martian Fire Yeti in the comments corrected me, she is technically classified as a Jotun, but as I also said, she functions as a goddess.
I mean, there's so many names for what I would believe to be a singular entity.
Why would you believe it to be a singular entity? And again, clarifying
Oh, yeah,
as we
yeah.
ask that you are an atheist, right?
Well, I am, but I'm also someone that's seeking out extended knowledge beyond myself. I would like to understand what my place in the world is, and I would understand why I'm here. And atheism is kind of one of those arguments that you don't, either you're the type of atheist that doesn't seek the information out, or you're the type of atheist that actually...
Thrayle, I would ask more questions, but...
It's that time, isn't it?
No, it's not that time. Today, Sunday is actually very slow. We're not doing anything. It's just that I don't...
You don't know how to question an atheist.
Well, no. I could, but then it's just going to end up seeming like a debate or an argument.
Well, actually, I welcome the questions, and I'll never argue with someone who's asking about my own beliefs. and beliefs.
Anna,
And I get that, but the thing
I'm
is that
questioning what it
they're
is. Stop, though. I appreciate to finish. Questioning, appreciate to finish. We're questioning people who have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. What it is they believe and why. And we've entertained a little bit here, but you don't have a belief in a god.
Well, here's the thing is that I can actually give you my belief on paper. I don't think there's anything higher than myself.
Great. Thanks for being here, Anna. Thank you for answering the questions. I appreciate you, and I hope you keep asking questions. I don't feel like you were listening to me at all. Hello, Taylor. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
24.
Say that again, please.
24.
And do you have...
Yes. I am a spiritual agnostic Christian.
Interesting. Really quick, gotta thank Shell and Freya for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you. What do you mean spiritual agnostic Christian?
So I was raised agnostic, pretty much was atheist. I know this is pretty much strange, but I had epilepsy, got diagnosed, saw something, and I cannot explain it. And I know it could be just like what epilepsy is, you know, like you occasionally see things, but basically after that I was struck with like, I need to keep researching, I need to keep working into religion, and I started like getting into weird territories and talking about like people I didn't even know, but like my grandparents, things like that, and like asking really, really specific questions. And like I got to the point where like I was delving into like family prophecies about, not prophecies, but like I was talking about like how the fact my grandparents were like Masonics and I didn't even know that.
Taylor, have you ever heard of post-seizure religious zeal?
Yes, I have. And that's what it's diagnosed as, but I just think it's very interesting because I can't get rid of it. I've tried everything to get rid of it, and I cannot for the life of me get rid of it.
What does Freemasonry have to do with the humans?
Nothing really, Hammy. Blake had a...
That's the thing. It's
Yeah, so
I didn't know my family was Masonic, and I figured that out after the epilepsy. Like, I figured that out through guessing. And I think that's kind of crazy. There's things that I figured out through this.
So, Taylor, post-seizure religious zeal or religious experiences can, like, your religious disposition can change, like, from as a symptom of having a seizure. So that's not necessarily out of the ordinary, but and also big fan of genealogy, so dope on that. It's always good to look into your family and you can learn a little bit more about yourself. Oh, I had another question, but now I think I'm losing that. Yeah, so have you or whenever you have these feelings of like drive to do something religious, do you slow down and think about that as a symptom of a seizure and kind of like weigh that? Like, what's that kind of process look like for you?
Usually I instantly start like writing, and then I will start to realize, and then I will start to read what I wrote, and I'm like, well, this is absurd. And that's pretty much exactly how it goes, is I'm like, this is stupid. Like, this is stupid. Like, I'm literally just like, this is stupid. Like, reading the stuff I wrote, I'm like, this is nonsense. But I always start journaling. I've always been a huge journaler and loved journaling since I was a kid.
Yeah, and that's a great tool, especially with something like this, to try and kind of judge, like, especially journaling is a great way to see if you have like an oscillation in your mental clarity. And so they like it's easier to catch those moments when you are like not in a mentally clear state, like reading it afterwards, and you're kind of like not caught up in the moment, you're not caught up in the emotions of what's driving you to be like to write things down on the page. So yeah, I would just hope you keep in mind that and look more into the cases of long-term changes in religious beliefs post seizures, because it is a symptom of epilepsy, and it can have it can be something that escalates throughout life in an unhealthy way. So if you continue to have these feelings, I would make sure that you are in contact with medical professionals.
Yeah, no, I've had this lecture multiple times. I'm not gonna lie, I've been warned about it.
I'm sorry, I'm just a biomedical engineer, so I'm like obligated to when I come across
I'm gonna be fine. But I've always wanted to, like, I guess I want to come back to just being like, I know that sounds weird, but like I want to go back to just being an atheist, because I was basically agnostic atheist. And then like this onslaught of Christianity and like weird spiritualism came, and I'm like, I want it out. I'm bored. I don't like this. This is weird and dumb. And like, weird and dumb, but like, I just, it's making me feel very absurd.
And no, that's legitimate, because when you have, and that can kind of illuminate that it might be coming as a symptom, because it is in it, like, kind of when you have these what am I trying to say, not impulsive thoughts, intrusive thoughts, of any type, whether they're like positive or negative. It's like you have them, you experience them, and then you're like, oh, there's kind of like a discomfort with it, because it's juxtaposed and
I
not
wouldn't say
always
they're
in line.
intrusive is the thing. I would say it's more of it's always there. It's become part of my identity, and that's why it's started to shift into a different sort of, that's why I'm engaging whatsoever, is because my entire mentality has shifted.
And how does that manifest in your day-to-day life? That these changes internally, how has that started to?
It doesn't really do much. It's just a different ideology. Like, I understand more so. I would say like suspension of reality is a big one. Like, I understand there's potentially one big amassed man in the sky, but I'm like, that's dumb. I think it's more about being more than one person, because if there's more than one person, then it turns into this whole like unraveling sort of debate. Like it's a constant sort of like I can't think of it, but like there's a term for this. It's almost like I'm trying to I forgot the word, but there's like it's like when you sort of hyperfixate on something and you make it so big that like you realize it can't be accomplished, so you give up. It's that sort of feeling towards a person. Sorry, what?
Is that what you're trying to accomplish now?
What do you mean?
And that you're feeling absurd in this belief? Are you trying to dive in so deep that it becomes ridiculous and you can't support it?
I think I've always been an absurd person. Like, I've always been kind of like a comedic presence and like a fool, you know, but like, I think part of it is definitely that, but I think it's also the fact that I can't engage with the same type of people as I used to. You know, like, I can't make the same points. I'm not as coherent. And like, because of that, I can't like there's a term that I'm forgetting, but it's like there's like a, you know, like when there's a master class on there's the master class, huh?
Scope creep?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, it's an engineering term. It's when you keep adding things onto a project and then the project becomes unmanageable. It
Sort
sounds like
of,
exactly
but
what you're talking about, but just like the very jargony term for it.
yeah, that's sort of it. Like, when something sort of like just becomes like unmanageable because, but kind of the opposite, where like it would be like, I don't know how to explain it. I give up. It was nice talking to you guys.
I appreciate you, Taylor. I hope you keep asking questions. I don't need to remind you to consider what you and Blake discussed, and I'm sure other people have reminded you plenty. But keep asking questions, and maybe that'll help you overload it and get back to where you want to be. Yeah, I wonder if that's where you want to be, then is it not really where you already are? Maybe you're confusing yourself.
I am a natural born question asker.
Well, that's good to hear. Keep asking questions, Taylor, and maybe next time you come back we'll have more questions, and who knows, you might have different answers. I think this one was next, but they left. Oh, yep. Right as soon as I went to accept. Well, that's okay. We'll go to the next one. Speaker, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Are you there, speaker? Speaker might
Hello.
be the sleeper.
Hello.
Oh, there you are. Can I get your age?
41.
There you go.
1984.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I have beliefs and I have faith. Are they of one or the other, or are they all intertwined?
Do you have a god?
My belief is my world. Oh, for sure. For sure. There's the creator, the one that is to praise for being.
A creator that is to praise. What creator is that? Is it from a specific religion or faith practice? Can I read about it in any book?
You can have your own personal relationship but it typically starts with a little nudge of maybe a religious text. You can pick one or two or whatnot.
So it wouldn't matter which.
There is kind of an evolution. Excuse me?
It wouldn't matter which religious text I pick.
Because it all, you can't just have one. It's not just one text. And it's not just text. It's also the belief that you have a connection with that.
So you believe that you have a connection with a God that you could learn about from more than one text. But not just text.
No, I would never in life even dare to try to go there. And thank goodness did put that in the text to lean out on my own understanding.
Okay, so you're quoting the Bible. Do you believe the Bible?
In its entirety, I do not. Respectfully, I do not. Now, when you say believe in the Bible, Old Testament, I believe that they were a pretty good, what's the word I'm looking at? Translation of what God, you know what I'm saying, possibly wanted.
Why would you think that a
kind of help.
God had communicated anything with humans?
Because a thing does not exist without an observer.
What does that mean?
We are being observed by God.
Why do you think that things do not exist without observers?
Because they just scientifically and to me, common sense wise, it just doesn't make sense. Why would something exist if it doesn't have a purpose, if it's not to be viewed for something?
I'm sorry, you're saying that scientifically something, and then you said common sense wise.
So belief,
is it science
right?
Or common sense?
It's a sense, and it's also science.
Can you tell me what science supports that everything has an observer?
Just a moment.
Mm-hmm. While she takes that moment, everybody, let's keep remembering to tap the screen and share the live. Maybe we can get out to somebody else's FYP who is also able to question their beliefs.
Really, really excited about hearing everything having an observer.
Well, you don't know that science, Hammy.
Do not. I know quite a bit of science, but I don't know this aspect of science at all.
It's probably that effect that has sort of a observer sort of phenomenology.
The observer effect is the phenomenon where the act of observing or measuring a system influences the system itself. This is most prominently seen in quantum physics, where a particle's behavior changes when it is measured by, but it also applies to social science and psychology, where individuals alter their behavior when they know they are being watched.
Can I ask where you just read all that from?
I read it from the AI Google answer.
Google AI. And did you it wasn't terrible. It was interesting.
It
There
was a
was
little terrible.
well, why was it terrible?
Because I spoke without completely knowing something, and then I had to look it up and read it without just telling you,
And then when
right?
you
But
read
this
it,
it
did it
took me
line
back
up with
to the
what you know?
information. It took me back to the information of the study where they split an atom, and the one that was observed continued on, and the one that was not observed depleted.
Can you tell me? Was there who was the observer in this experiment?
The scientists that split the atom.
Was it the scientist?
Oppenheimer, wasn't
Or
it?
was it
Oppenheimer?
God?
Was it Oppenheimer that split the atom?
Oppenheimer, the atomic bomb was his thing.
Oh,
So
he didn't split an atom. Okay.
I do not believe he might have.
Isn't that what that particular boom boom did?
Right, we're talking about the observer effect. You guys went all the way to
You said splitting an atom.
an atomic bomb. Quantum
Right,
physics.
because the splitting of the atom happened during that boom boom.
We're not getting very much. You've got bars right now. If you could get to a better spot, we would be able to hear you better. But you said something quantum physics. We heard a few words in
I
there.
do apologize.
Have you looked to see if your understanding of
Was
this
that a
observer
question?
effect in quantum physics is accurate? Oh, that delay is bad.
Really bad.
Bars. But you're breaking up.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and move on, speaker. It sounds like you need to get to a better spot, and it's just going to be frustrating if we're not able to hear complete sentences back and forth, and we'll just move to the next guest. It seems the Wi-Fi needs an observer.
The Wi-Fi apparently does not have enough observer effect on it.
Martian Fire Yeti says it was frustrating before the interference. I don't know if it was. I mean, it was difficult, but that was because of the delay. I think the delay was there the whole time, which would explain the seeming to talk over each other. I don't think she was trying to be rude. Too many Wi-Fi signals. I don't know. I'm not going to offer technical advice, but far be it from me. Which made me have to double check to make sure the YouTube is going.
is. I am still over there monitoring the chat. It has
Appreciate
died
you.
down over there.
It might be dying down pretty much everywhere here soon. But let's see what we've got in Jay's beliefs. Hello, Jay. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like it?
I grew up Christian, and then I lost my faith and became atheist. And then I got it back. I became like more just spirit.
You believe in a spiritual higher power. Can you tell me what that means to you?
Just means it's like guidance. It means there's I am basically it's really tough to kind of put it into words because I don't necessarily even believe I'm going to go to heaven, or I don't believe in hell. I just believe that in this universe there are beings that are more powerful than we are.
So it's not about afterlife. It's not about punishment or reward. It's just about some being more powerful.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
does it even relate to you in some kind of, you said spiritual, what does that mean?
Well, this might sound crazy, but I started going to like music festivals, and I started like, I don't know, feeling a sense of spirituality and a sense of connectedness to others. And not like in the Judeo-Christian way, but I do believe there is like I don't know, I think there's a higher power. You know, I've also read that there's a possibility that aliens came down and influenced our evolution. There was a period where we evolved very quickly, and scientists can't explain that. So some people think that we were influenced by aliens.
Have you looked into the origins of those ideas?
I've researched it a little bit. Some people think the Anunnaki, and there's all kinds of different ideas. On ancient aliens, they go into it a little bit. There's all kinds of...
You haven't really looked into the origins of those ideas that...
Like the Anunnaki and stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, I have looked into it. I don't know what your definition... I mean, I've read about it. I don't know. Is that what you mean by looked into?
Oh, where did the Anunnaki come from?
Outer space.
I'm sorry, where?
Outer space.
Oh, so they're not the ancient Sumerian judges of the gods.
I thought that they were aliens that came down.
Darn. So, you haven't read the Anu-Malish or any of the ancient Sumerian texts that reference those gods?
No, I haven't. Tell me about them.
I'm not here to tell you about them. I'm curious why you would just believe that they were aliens.
Well, I thought, there's people that kind of have this idea that our evolution was basically enhanced at a certain point because we evolved faster than science merits. So,
what does that have to do with the Anunnaki?
The Anunnaki, maybe I have my words mixed up here. So you're saying that the Anunnaki are just Sumerian judges, right?
They're sort of a kind of hierarchy of the gods, a part of the gods.
So they're not Sumerian judges.
They are judges of the gods.
So you said that they were judges, the Sumerian judges, so that would be like a human, right? Or not human?
No.
Okay. Can you be more specific on what you're referring to then?
No.
Because I mean, I'm not super well educated.
I'm going to have you stop talking for a moment. Stop talking for a moment. I'm not here to educate you not looked into. I'm not here to educate you on the misinterpretations of history or mythologies. I'm curious why you believe what you believe, and you seem to believe that, well, you've pontificated. I don't know if it is a belief that we are had our evolution sped up by an alien race, and I was asking if you knew the origin of that idea.
Do I know the origin of that idea? Well, there's several people that have that idea. I'm sure it's probably difficult to pin down the exact origin.
Mm-hmm. What motivations might be behind that concept?
Probably a search for knowledge. You know, humans, we try to understand things. And when there's holes in that understanding, we try to fill them. We try to fill those gaps.
Behind those understandings, what is it that compels you? How is stop? That already seems.
Why are you asking me questions if you're going to tell me to stop?
Because it doesn't sound like it's following the question, and if it is, I'll understand by this clarification. So you're saying...
All right, I'm done.
Oh, you're not actually interested in questioning your beliefs?
No, you're just going to tell me to stop. I mean, why would I want to
I
say
am going to
that?
tell you to stop sometimes. Yeah, if it doesn't sound like you're answering the question, you're just saying something adjacent. I was stopping you to see if you could actually come back to the question, but rather than actually do this weird,
It's getting harder and harder to not want to.
Obvious spiral.
But why God? The Loch Ness Monster!
I don't understand. Maybe it's my fault. Maybe it's my lack of understanding. It's somehow I'm just not. I'm just not smart enough to get it. It's not my job to tell people how their strange cultural erasures and appropriations and misappropriations are racist as fuck. And you should look into it so that you're not perpetuating a racist idea. Into it. Now, I would have loved to question him in a way that got him there, or got him really in any way to reconsider, or, I don't know, consider the beliefs that he was expressing. But it was this weird, defensive grandstanding just on being interrupted.
Yeah, we got all the way around from ancient aliens as proof of God to God as proof of ancient aliens.
Somehow, some way, that circle's gonna find its roundabout. I wonder, do we have to go to poem time already? Is it We've only been live for 4 hours. This is the shortest live ever. But we're if they can soberly question, lucidly. I'm not even saying sober. Sober isn't. That's a tall order, isn't it? Lucid. Is anyone lucid? Or have we lulled everyone into a soft slumber? Doughboy says that beliefs are ignorant. I mean,
Is that belief ignorant?
that might be an ignorant belief. I don't know, it sounds at least like there's an assumption in there, but also possibly true. Maybe. I could probably make an argument of how beliefs are by nature ignorant, or at least an expression of ignorance, an application of ignorance. But at the same time, I would definitely question any such argument. No believers in requests. None whatsoever. Not even that furry one. Hello, Furious News. How are you doing?
Morning.
I know you've been on my panel a few times, but I'm going to ask like I always do. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
39.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like it?
I have a God hypothesis, but that is all that it is, because I don't have any proof.
A hypothesis? Is that the same as a belief to you?
I wouldn't say that it is, technically, because it's not a firm belief, but I do think that there's good reason to think the hypothesis is true.
Do you accept the hypothesis as true?
I do.
So for you, it is an acceptance of a proposition?
Yes.
That could be a belief by many people's standards. So what is the God hypothesis that you accept as true?
A nature deity that protects us from other evil gods, that gives us actual freedom.
How does it protect us from evil gods?
By keeping the other gods, evil gods, out of our reality.
How does it keep the evil gods out of our reality?
It's a natural beast deity, a wolf. It doesn't do this intentionally, but it does have to eat, and it eats other gods.
How are you in any way aware of this in order to postulate its existence at all?
The postulation starts with not being other religions being so varied. There has to be a reason. So if gods are an answer at all, one reason might be that there's a god stopping the gods from interacting in reality.
So you're saying that it's more of a, not even so much a hypothesis as a hypothetical framed on fantasy. The idea that if any gods are possible, all gods could be, but to prevent all evil gods from manifesting in a way that we do not see, there must be some other god protecting us, and that god would be a wolf.
Yes,
Because
or
it's fun.
some divine beast in general, because if it were intelligent as well, it would
So it must be non-intelligent.
yes. At least non-humanly intelligent. It can be animalistic, it can have its own instincts and drive, but it doesn't have machinations the way intelligence seems to drive human machinations.
Otherwise, it would interact in a way that is more observable.
Yes. It is a very unique belief. I'm fully well aware. I was wondering if, based on the last caller, I was wondering if people would believe these things if they weren't semi-popular. If people would believe something purely based off of an idea they had themselves versus whether it were a popular opinion. Because I wonder if they weren't popular opinions, if people would adopt them.
I mean, I think a lot of people hold on to the ideas that they do because they are the popular idea. So I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I can't be certain either, but I figured if anyone might be a good person to load up with a good question to ask believers, it might be you.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Always. I'm gonna go hang out and watch cartoons and make some breakfast for the kiddo. I just wanted to come up and pick your brain a little bit with that one, because that's been one that's driving me a little bit bonkers, is would you still believe this if everyone else didn't believe it?
That's a really good question for you. I'll ask a few believers.
All right, thanks so much. All right, always love your lives. Have a good one.
Appreciate you. Take care.
I have a ticket to heaven, apparently.
A ticket to heaven?
Yeah.
Which one?
It talks about John 3:16, so I'm going to assume it's the Christian heaven. It talks about Romans and Corinthians. Here, I'll show you real quick. Hold on. Come on. See? I have a ticket to heaven.
John 3:16, ticket to heaven, admit one.
Jesus paid it all.
Paid it all.
Mm-hmm.
What's
and then it,
oh goodness,
just a bunch of verses, and you can clearly see they use the King James version.
Yeah. Well, Hammy, did somebody brought this to you at work?
No, I found it here at work. I guess nobody else wanted the free ticket to heaven.
Well, I mean, it's a free ticket to heaven. How could you?
Yeah, it says free. And you know about me, I'm all about my free things. So, you know, I'm now the proud owner of a free ticket to heaven. That I would like to share that with the class.
Appreciate that, Hammy. I'm a little disturbed.
I get a lot of these things up here. Like I'll come into work and see like one or two of them lying around somewhere. It's actually where I got this itty bitty figurine of Jesus. I have it in my bag.
You have an itty bitty Jesus figurine.
Yeah, here. Let me get it out and then I'll show you. I'll cam up and show you that one too. Where are you? Jesus.
Do we have a guest? No,
I don't know.
thought we had a believer for a moment. No, we have Anonymous. Anonymous, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 42, and I actually requested by accident there. I'm kind of busy at the moment. Like, I do want to come up.
Maybe another
but
time.
Yeah, I've got a couple of things to do just now, so I'll maybe come up a wee while.
Yeah, appreciate you, Anonymous. If we're still live, request up, and if not, you can always catch us tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure how much longer we'll go. Oh, what do you got there? Oh, a mini Jesus.
It's my little Jesus. Yeah, my little Jesus figurine. It says Jesus hearts you.
Do you keep your Jesus with you?
It's in my bag, so I guess he does technically go everywhere I go. It's my bag.
What is it like to have Jesus as a follower?
I keep hearing people say about how Jesus has a bunch of followers, and yet he follows me and me alone. It's a bit surreal, I'm not gonna lie.
If the path to the Father is only through Jesus, and Jesus is smaller than a Lego minifig, then how do you expect to go through that path?
But you know what? I'm gonna figure it out. I think that was the longest I went quiet through.
I'm impressed, Hammy. You still were the one to break it.
Yep, I still was. Last time you were the one who broke it, but today I am.
Do we actually have a request? Hello, Shape Guy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, 40. Hello.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like it?
It's hard to answer. I'd probably say no. Well, I mean, there are so many gods that people worship that I'm not here to. I don't know which one could be right.
Do you have any reason to believe any of them could be right?
I guess Buddhism, I probably relate to the most. I grew up Catholic, but I'm not really that much into religion, so probably Buddhism.
Why Buddhism?
It doesn't base a lot on fear.
What was the question that I asked that you answered? Probably Buddhism.
If there's any religion, gods, you ask for gods that I feel like might be. There was something with the question about if there was any gods that I was maybe more inclined. I don't think I used word inclined, but something like that. And I said Buddhism.
You had originally said you didn't believe in any god.
I said I don't know. So yeah, I said I don't know. It's tough. I believe in myself.
It's not sounding very Buddhist.
I believe in. I'm really kind of interested in manifestation right now. So that's why I say I believe.
What is manifestation?
Well, I'm new to it. When I'm manifesting, when I'm manifesting, I'm putting focus on that which I hesitate to say want in my life. It's not a need, so I guess it's closer to a want. When I'm manifesting, I am focusing, because I could focus on a number of things. So I'm focusing on that which I want to allow into my life.
When you manifest, you are focusing on what you want to allow into your life. Does that mean that you create something? Do you engineer something without acting upon it, simply by allowing it?
I think yes, allowing something to happen. I've admitted that I'm new to manifesting, but I do believe that allowing and saying that it's already been manifested for it, because I don't want to be focusing on
saying what it. You're saying something has already been manifested is important.
Yes.
Would it?
Yes.
Let's back up. Let's back up and make sure that we understand. When you say that you're manifesting, do you think that you are creating something?
No.
Do you feel like you are in any way affecting change without action?
No.
Do you feel that action, the action of desire, is action enough to engender change?
No.
Do you feel that you are simply changing your own mindset and then will still have to do work in order to see a change?
Closer. That do I have to do the work?
That's
or
the
will
question.
work? Yes, that is the question. Or will work be happening? Meaning, do I have to consciously put the effort and the awareness into the work that I'm doing? or once I've allowed it to happen and I've already convinced my mind that I've already manifested this, that perhaps the actions I then take.
But are you still, in this case, talking about a mindset change, a fooling of oneself into compliant action?
What's a good question? I think the tricking is the first part, but then we have to get beyond that, and I think that's what you're starting to ask. Is then, because we don't want to repeat the same patterns expecting a different result, but are we consciously changing those patterns, or are they happening because we decided that that can happen? Meaning, once we've changed the mindset or tricked the mindset, does everything come from us doing and deciding and making choices? I think things are out of our control. I'm going to allow this in. There are a number of things that I could focus on, but this is something I'm focusing on and saying yes.
Do you remember the question that I asked?
The very last one?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What was it?
Not word for word, but you were asking about the actions after that we've tricked the mindset.
Mm-hmm. Is this all just a tricking of the mind?
Right.
Are you simply talking about a psychological trick that helps you to facilitate better action? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you actually talking about something mystical and some magical causation?
No, I'm talking about the former.
Okay. So not really a supernatural belief so much as a kind of spicy psychology.
Yeah.
Does it benefit you in some way?
I'm still seeing, you know.
What could the cost be?
Well, to be honest with you, when you ask that question, I think of what could be the cost be of staying stagnant.
I'm more curious what the cost would be of adopting this belief.
Well, some could be reckless and just say, I've set it in my mind, so I can now do anything I want. So, with anything, there needs to still be balance. So, the cost could be, if I want to manifest, let's take one of the typical things people want to manifest: money, wealth, and they said it to themselves: I've manifested all the money, I have everything, I have the access to everything, and then they just keep spending and spending and doing anything they want to do, and then they just run out of their money. They're not being. That would have been very. It's a high cost to pay there for believing in that mindset and then just acting without any caution.
So the cost of this could be a literal cost to a devotion of time and energy into a lost cause.
In that example, yes.
If this concept is just as likely to lead you to that result as it is to some measure of what you might consider as success, what use is the belief actually serving?
Were you talking about taking a gamble?
Is that a new belief now? We were talking about manifesting. The idea that devoting a certain amount of energy or intention and tricking yourself, in your cases, into believing that it is already manifested is somehow going to change your psychology and lead you to a better result. You gave an example of how that might be a gamble. And my question is, if it is such a gamble, then why would you adopt that belief?
Is there, I mean, it was a statement, not so much a question. The statement was that if you have just as much likelihood, you didn't use the word likelihood, that there's just as much of a chance of one thing happening versus the other. Then the statement there is that it's 50-50.
Are you saying that it's somehow that you can calculate the odds on a broad base as to the
I don't know, I guess that's what I was leading to there.
Is it just as likely?
Is it just as likely?
Yeah, that a manifestation action will lead to a bad gamble as it might to a success.
Yes. Yes. Because we can manifest things that we,
if it's just as likely that a manifestation might not yield the result, so to speak, would you believe that it is in any way a manifestation and not just a form of self-motivation?
I'm thinking. Well, for me, I think time has been an indicator that by just doing what I do without any mental shifting is keeping me still. That's been proven to me through time. Almost things, I'm aware that things ebb and flow in life, but things have to deteriorate. So do I take the gamble and say, I should just keep flowing because it's out of my control and it's going to just happen anyway? Or do I take the gamble on exploring
other ways. That's why I said you're asking me about gambling.
I wasn't necessarily asking about gambling. I was asking if this is a gamble.
Is it a gamble? That's okay. Is it a gamble? No, because that would be under the idea that you're in something that you have no effect on, that you're in some game that you have no effect on.
Fair enough. So if it's not a gamble, but it is in some way inconsistent in its results.
Mm-hmm.
What is
that
the
would be true?
consistency?
Sorry.
What rate do you think the consistency of the results are?
I don't know. Can you really, can you calculate that? Because it has so much to do on the individual and the success of the individual, the potential success of the individual. So if there needs to be a base in order to calculate. But this, these conversations, these questions and answers all originated from me saying that I believe in myself. And that I do believe that I'm not just a passerby in this game. But your question seemed to be more interested in how willing am I to take a risk?
What are my questions aimed at?
Your question, your very last one is questioning what is the rate or the probability of something being consistent versus inconsistent. We're talking about consistency there.
Consistency of what?
The outcome.
Outcome of what?
Of what do I've manifested the outcome of the actions after I've shifted that mindset.
No, the outcome of the process itself of manifesting, because that's what you wanted to be questioned on.
Well, I also didn't say that I'm manifesting.
Mm-hmm.
I said I've manifested. Mm-hmm. I think there's a difference. Like if we
Can
say manifesting,
can I ask you, Shapes? I'm really curious. Do you actually have a belief you want to be questioned on? Is manifestation what you came here to question? Because I had asked if you believed in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that?
I do.
That tends to be the first question I ask. And what was your answer to that?
You keep going back to these questions.
Why are they?
My answer was no.
Okay. And why not?
Because I believe in myself.
Great.
And I don't put myself below.
Great. So, what would convince you that a God exists?
Nothing.
Nothing could convince you that a God exists?
Yeah, especially if we're going to be calling it like God.
So
Meaning
in your
it's
way, do you think that it's at all possible that you were closed-minded? Have you ever been accused of that?
no, I have not been accused, but I can definitely consider it. Because if I wouldn't consider it, then I'd be closed-minded.
Right. You say nothing could convince you that a God exists. Nothing at all. Is
correct?
Is that open-minded?
Yes.
How is it open-minded to say that nothing could convince you that a God exists?
Because to subscribe to that, the concept is first God. God, 3 letters, made by humans. Like you're more
fascinating.
Asking me why could I not see proof, or if I've been giving proof of God. That sounds ridiculous to me.
So you're not actually understanding the questions I'm asking. I get it. Hey, Hammy.
Oh. Respectfully.
Hey, hang on, Shapes. Hang on.
Oh.
Hammy.
Interesting.
You don't believe in a God, do you?
No.
What might convince you that a God exists?
What might convince me? Well, I would say that it'd be extraordinary, and it'd be on the level of something like a God actually like appearing out of nowhere in front of me. But I'm sure that even in the cases where I'm not exactly sure, I know that there is something that's possibly could convince me.
And that's open-mindedness to you, host?
Do you think that it's open-minded to say that nothing could convince you of a proposition at all? To say that there is a thing that someone says that is just not going to be believed no matter what evidence presented.
Yes.
How is that open-minded?
Like, open-minded, maybe ask more, what is open-mindedness?
Sure. What is open-minded?
Because it seems like you're not understanding my answer.
So, Shape, what is open-minded? I just asked the question you wanted me to ask. Let's go on, I give. What is open-minded?
Why are you... What... You ask a question, but you slip in your little comments.
All right, I'm just going to move on to somebody who's not going to get lost in the meta. Maybe somebody actually can question their beliefs. Maybe somebody actually has an open enough mind to consider possibilities beyond the assumptions that they wrap themselves up in as some kind of armor against questioning.
Whenever he went to say the God, 3 letters that man came up with, I felt like it was one of those realize type of things. It's the deepity that didn't really amount to much.
I don't understand. A person whose name I don't know says that they would come up, but I always kick them. It's interesting coming from a name I don't recognize.
I looked at that name too, and I was like, I don't remember one, but maybe they were so non-rememberable that I've even forgotten their name.
Oh, maybe it's, judging by the other username there, maybe it's Rodney. That would make sense. Yeah. Thank you to Shell, to Amoria, and to, well, McKenna. Thank you all so much for helping with the goal. I appreciate all of you. We almost had a believer we could question, but he couldn't question himself. He couldn't question the certainty that his unbelief was questionable at all. And that would have been the most pleasant conversation all night, I think. He says now, so you drop people when you don't get the answers you want. No, we don't drop people for not giving the answers we want.
I didn't even know we wanted, like, specific answers.
It was the passive-aggressive meta-commentary that I dropped you for because you're not actually here to question your beliefs. You're here to passively, aggressively analyze the questions. You think that it's open-minded to assume that nothing could convince you of a proposition that I'm not trying to convince you of. I'm just trying to understand why it is people believe what they believe, but you don't have a belief, and yet you wanted to linger on the panel so long that you made shit up and argued about shit that wasn't being argued because all you wanted to bring to my panel was shit.
You said shit sandwich or shit soup, and I'm like, it's all still shit.
There were so many drunks. I just have no faith left in humanity. Well, maybe not for this morning. Now it's, see the continued passive-aggressive meta-commentary, projecting much.
Projecting much? You gotta have the inflection there, Thrayle. Projecting much?
No, I'm just not entertaining it anymore. He's boring. If he wasn't so boring, maybe he wouldn't be boring, but I'm bored.
I wonder if Loser Frank's gonna load in.
I mean,
greetings.
I mean, the name alone, normally when I see a name, I don't want to say on TikTok Live, I just don't bring the person up. But yeah, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
31, as it always has been.
I see.
It is me, Alpha Dog. I just changed my name.
I see. And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I believe all humanity is God's, to be honest.
All humanity is God's.
Yes, all of them. Even you guys. Me.
What is L humanity?
Love.
Love humanity?
I'm bored.
Did you kick him? Or did he just drop? Oh, okay.
When you've been blocked from one account, you come back on another. That's cyber stalking. It's not funny.
Yeah. I didn't realize he was blocked. I thought he was just muted.
get the circumstances of the block, but yeah. Rodney doesn't come to question his beliefs. So why would we continue with that?
Finally getting people coming into work right now. It's crazy.
See, that's what happens when things go wrong. The AI now says debating God's existence. Nope. Definitely not what we're doing. But if you do have a belief in a God or gods, you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to argue with you or debate you. I'm not interested in proving your God true or false. I just want to know, if you can question, well then what is that belief? And why do you believe it? And if we don't get someone soon to question their belief, I promise this AI poem won't be really bad. Though yesterday's wasn't terrible. I prefer some kind of rhyme, and there wasn't any. Hello, Eris. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
32.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I do. I believe that deities exist. I just don't believe in the duality of it, I guess. I don't know. There's a God, for sure, to me. There's a devil, probably, for sure. I just don't care for any of it.
Why do you say there's a god or devil?
I've been recently digging into some their geometrical structures that exist outside of space-time that can help us predict where particles will be in their wave function.
Stop for a moment. Are these actual?
Yeah, they.
Stop. You got to let me get to the ends of questions.
My fault. I apologize.
Yeah. So you're saying these are geometrical polytopes, is that what they're called?
Cosmological polytopes.
Exist outside of space-time.
In the mathematical sense?
What do you mean by in the mathematical sense?
Like, we exist in time and space, cannot verify or not, but they give us really accurate predictions. And these
cosmological.
Hang on.
Go ahead.
So a cosmological polytope is a thing that you're saying it exists outside of space and time.
Yes. Has to exist in the mathematical sense. Has to
You're
exist
saying
outside of
has
space. That tells us yes.
What does that mean for it to exist outside of space and time?
It just does not exist in the field we exist in, I guess. I guess this is like an all-encompassing field thing. It's like a field theory. We, in our biological, three-dimensional time and space, cannot access. Other than
They're
mathematical.
called. You said they're called what?
Cosmological polytopes. And there's like a really fantastic thing. It's called an amphitheodron.
Stop though. The idea of a cosmological polytope. You're saying it exists, and that the cosmological polytope explains what now? What is it explaining?
Okay, so how do I say this? The space of forms? Well, I guess it doesn't exist in space and time. So, like, Plato came up with this theory of like this place of forms, and like a lot of our science has followed a lot of this, right?
So
and
are you saying?
I love physics.
Are you saying? Stop for a moment. Are you saying, though, you're somehow equating these cosmos?
Yes.
You're saying that this is the same thing. That this is somehow verifying that
Plato's
forms
yes
are actually true based on a mathematical structure of what exists beyond space and time.
Okay, so
how is it that you've been able to verify that this mathematical shape or whatever it is is somehow indicative of Plato's forms?
Because there is and it's a pretty recent it's like recent science, like less than 20 years old.
You say it's science. Is it necessarily science?
Or it's quantum physics. Or it's
quantum physics.
Mathematical quantum physics.
Are you a quantum physicist?
I have studied physics, but I am not a quantum physicist. No, not myself, no.
Can you tell me what quantum means?
Quantum just means the smallest particle, or the smallest part of an undividable thing. When you divide a bunch of things.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you're saying that in quantum physics, the idea of these cosmological polytopes has somehow verified Platonic forms.
Yes.
Is that accepted amongst quantum physics?
This is me pushing.
So why is this your leap? Why do you make this assumption that quantum physics verifies Plato?
So, if I may I give an example?
I mean, will it answer my question?
Yes. At least as best as I can.
Can you repeat the question and then go for it?
So I was just asking if I may, like, extrapolate further. Okay.
No, I meant repeat my question to make sure that you understood it.
Well, it answered your question on why I've made this leap of logic and reasoning into.
You can request backup, Eris, but that's an example of... No, that was not the question, and you know it. You know it wasn't the question I asked. Yes, it was a question I asked, but that was you being as pedantic as possible. And I'm bored with pedantic. That's all this Saturday night has been, is one pedant after another showing their pedant ass. And I'm just not interested.
I was looking up these cosmological polytopes.
Sorry, sir. I was not trying to be pedantic. I was not trying to be quite shallow at all. I was just trying to grasp. Okay, so I think that my elaborating will answer better, and then I'm not sure that it will fully answer, but it's what I.
What will it answer?
It will answer how I got to this assumption.
Okay.
So there is a specific one called an amplitahedron, which helps us predict where particles would be. Well, particles would be, and it's just a structure that exists in this mathematical concept outside of space and time, yeah. But there are more structures being graphed mathematically. And if we can graph, like, let's say, the presuppositions that we have into these structures that help us predict better in our sciences, then that means we possibly may have more structures that help us predict even at the macro level, let alone the...
Help us predict things.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
How does that help you in any way to assert that quantum physics proves Plato?
So, if these cosmological polytopes exist, and then we have more than just like the amplitahedron, which I think is what we currently are at right now. I don't think they've found another structure. I haven't found another named structure yet. But if these structures exist, then that means that the realm of forms, whether Plato understood what he was saying or not, kind of exist. It's these realms of geometry.
You just did assumption. You just did the assumption.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
Why are you doing right there? Why are you doing the assumption right there?
I am. Go ahead.
If these, this kind of theoretical geometry is somehow existent in more theoretical shapes, then somehow that proves Plato. I'm still not hearing how that gets to the forms.
Well, the realm of forms are these realms of like perfect. Well, I guess it's like what we would call the latent space, right? Like in science, we call it latent space, or like the space in which the ideas in which we inhabit exist. That's also like super hypothetical. It's not theoretical at all. It's hypothetical. Has no proof. But these forms, if one form exists, then we can assume that more forms exist, which is why we're searching for more forms. And if more forms exist in more complicated structures, then we can start to map out.
Sorry, so you're saying because you assume this means that a shape exists outside of time and space, and to be clear, this is you assuming that this is what this means. then that would mean that more shapes could exist, and if those do, then maybe enough exist that Plato's forms exist.
Yes. Yes.
Why do you make all those assumptions to fit Plato's forms to this very obscure and likely unrelated idea?
Well, Plato by himself was also a mathematician, and I myself cannot posit that he did not have the mathematical blueprint to have stumbled upon this. So that's another assumption I'm making, that he may have stumbled upon this, whether he did it knowingly or unknowingly.
Right, you're just adding more assumptions. Why don't you analyze the ones you're making now and question them?
And I have, right? So like...
Well, so why do you make these assumptions?
Well, one exists, the amplitahedron. That we doesn't exist. We know that it predicts.
I'm sorry, we know that an amplitahedron exists and predicts.
Just predicts it. We cannot know the ontology of it. But we do know that it gives...
Just to be clear, this theory of cosmological polytopes, how has this theory been tested?
That they use in particle colliders to predict where like these what do I call it? Not base level particulates, but like the very lowest, like these quarks, these gluons, these muons, where they will show up in the detector.
And in using this this mathematical theory, how again does this relate to Plato's forms?
Well, so if we have one, I guess I can call it form, and like I said, I'm making a lot of assumptions that Plato...
Right, just by calling it a form.
Yeah, right, like by just calling it a form, yeah.
If
I
you
don't know
have one theoretical mathematical polytope, then what? Like, how do you assume there would be any more that are somehow in any way related to Plato's forms?
Okay, so for
let me ask a different question. I'm sorry to interrupt. I know I just asked that, but why is it so important to you that Plato's forms be verified through quantum physics? Why is it so important to you that they be true?
It's not that they must be important to me. It's that I have a foundational philosophical understanding of Plato's forms, and this seems to be something that's verifying something I have an understanding of.
You're saying because you already are just aware of the forms, coming across these findings somehow adds to the veracity of them. I'm not hearing that. It sounds like you are taking the idea of a geometry that is in some way defined as beyond space and time, if you stretch the definitions there, then extrapolating from that, then the geometry of this, if this geometry exists, this structure exists, which is if, big if it exists in oh goodness, knocked my mic down. If it exists in a measurable way, then therefore there must be other structures that fit Plato's forms.
Not that
And see the leaps in logic you make to make it fit.
that fit Plato's forms, but there must be other structures that exist. And if they do, the best basis that I have is Plato's forms to describe them.
May I?
Sure.
Go for it.
So, what is Plato's forms? World of forms.
So the realm of forms is the realm of, I guess, what I would say these like idealistic things. The best way that I've been able to understand it is that like you have a structure in front of you, table per se, and you're like, well, this is a table, but this is just like a copy of what the perfected form is of what this table is supposed to be, which kind of signifies to me, right? Like, all right, so like this is a table, this is a structure that I've made it. That must, to Plato, it meant that there must be this perfecting structure outside.
I think Hammy had a question after that.
Yeah, I did.
You did just want to explain it, but all right, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a direct linkage between the world of, reality of what we perceive and the world of forms, correct?
Yes, there's a correlation.
So, what correlation between the world of forms that this geometry exists in is there in the physical world?
The prediction that it has on where particles will land in a particle collider.
So, there's no physical shape to it. It strictly is inhabited in the world of forms.
It's a hard question. It's a difficult question, and I like that question. Okay. So, the amplitahedron has a mapping system in the mathematical sense of this geometric. It's like a dodecahedron, but exists in higher dimensional planes, right? Because in math, you can go up to infinite dimensions and go down into infinite dimensions. It doesn't matter. But it exists in this infinite dimensions. And that structure itself, what would we call it? Like a pentagon, but like a three-dimensional pentagon. A dodecahedron. A dodecahedron, that is the closest I can ever get to figuring out the actual structure of that. But because I have that dodecahedron, I can plot points in physical space that help me predict where physical interactions will take place within a certain perimeter that I have bounded.
So, again, there's no physical representation of this thing.
It's the perimeter in which my testing is taking place.
So if we know that the world of forms has correlations within the world around us, and how can you say that this thing exists even in the world of forms if there's no equivalent to it here in the world around us?
Because even when Plato posited it, he could not get to the level of detail of reality that we've gotten into. So he could not have posited that the first form we found was going to be a form that does not match the macro structure of our reality.
Why are you shouting the emphasis?
I apologize.
Word.
I also want to know is, how much have you read of Plato?
Oh,
thought you were going to ask how much he drank.
I got him out.
Do it.
He said I probably had a good amount to drink, but I haven't. But it's all right.
I said I thought you were going to ask how much he drank. I didn't say you had a good amount.
No, I haven't drank. Go ahead.
So you've read quite a bit of Plato. Then you should know that whenever it comes to Plato and his world of forms and his world of basically reality around us, is that no matter what, everything we see in reality, the tree, the road, the ground, everything, it is just a mere copy of what's in the world of forms.
Yes.
Which means that no matter what you see, it is the pale imitation of what's in the world of forms.
Yes.
Which means that if that is the case, then this structure that is solely in the world of forms would have to have something in the physical world for us to physically see and operate with.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
It's a wave function
of
something that we can. Is it something tangible?
It's something we can interact with, yes.
And what way do we interact with these wave functions?
Testing, observation, pretty much the tools in which we build.
The wave function is the tools that we build?
No, we interact with the wave function and with the tools that we build. First and foremost, like these wave functions are something, even now, like I myself do not grasp fully, but understand that they exist mostly mathematically, right? Like, so light is either a photon or a wave. It's either a particulate or like this wave function. And then when it hits your eye or interacts with your eye, it collapses and becomes a photon, and then you see the light, right? These are things that we're still flushing out, right? And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the gap in my current knowledge. But as my knowledge stands in the immediate moment, all I've seen is that we have a matrix in which can predict accurately, and it alludes to the fact that there is a form outside of our space. Either forms it or can predict it, right? That's my gap of knowledge lies between.
So I've seen. So I did a little bit of digging. I'm not going to act as if I did some in-depth research into this. I did a little bit of digging into it, and I don't deny that these things exist. That this this cosmological polytope exists. However, from my understanding of what little I did see, it seems to be a useful tool, but it doesn't seem to be like anything that is necessarily, what's the word?
Tangible.
Whatever it not just tangible, but it's not even something that like there's some similarities between the world of forms, but it's like
a loose,
there's no
connection.
Yeah, it's not exactly a one-to-one here, and
Yeah.
so
And that's why I say I'm jumping to the assumption of like, okay, I can see that like if one exists and one predicts heavily, right? Then that means, to me, this is my logic. That means that other polytopes exist, and these polytopes can probably predict every little thing that interacts. So like, let's just talk about like consciousness per se, right? There's probably a polytope structure for consciousness wave function. And
why
if
would
that
you assume
exists,
that though?
because if one does, then others do. Well, I guess that's just like my understanding of science. Like if it happens once, then it's probably to happen again.
It's not necessarily the case in science.
You just haven't found anything that only happens once and never happens again.
There's been several times, like
You're saying,
for instance,
but you're still making a huge leap there. You're making the leap that if there are these polytopes that can be used to predict the functions of certain gluons in a particle collider, then there must be some polytope that will predict the patterns of consciousness in the human mind. It seems like a huge leap.
Well, we understand that our consciousness, or at least our brains and our neurons.
Here's another question. Are these
Yeah,
polytope? Are these polytope models the ones that you say are predicting? Are they 100% accurate? Do we know that these are the
most
accurate
models we have?
They're the most accurate.
Not
models.
100. I will not say that. Yeah, they're the most accurate.
So if they're the most accurate models we have, then what is it that makes you believe that they must be the actual thing that exists? Could it not be that our math aligns in a certain way, that our explanation is this, but it's really just what seems to be the case, what fits for the moment?
Yeah, no, and that's a great question, because I actually do have this same misgivings with string theory, M theory, which is it also is the best model that we have for predicting outcomes at the quantum level, but it requires us to do things that are just outside of the scope in which we could believe in. And in my study, as I've been going through this, I've kind of put to the side a lot of string theory to kind of adopt this cosmological polytope theory, because these cosmological polytopes predict more accurately, but they require less assumptions on their behalf.
Do they predict more accurately?
They predict more, well, at least the amplitahedron predicts more put into the math in order for the math to work.
Go ahead, Amy.
So, it's hard to do this without just straight up correcting him through.
One more time, I didn't hear that.
Go ahead.
All right. So no, this is not the most accurate. As a matter of fact, the reason why it's not the most accurate is because it has a limited scope on how it's used. It uses simplified physics, and there's no empirical collaboration with it, because unlike the lambda CDM, polytope models Planck, the WMAP, or other cosmological surveys.
100%. That is true.
So it's not accurate. It's not the most accurate model.
The lambda map also presupposes a lot of things that can never be verified. So if we're going with
the lambda CDM is the most accurate model to date.
With presuppositions.
No.
So simplified physics.
With the science.
Go ahead.
We're talking about more cosmological physics here.
Yeah.
Whenever it comes to the lambda CDM, it is the most accurate when we look at the actual science and the actual data points that we have. It fits the most, and it explains the best.
But it also depends on which interpretation you're willing to take in the lambda. Right.
So
So
if
if you're
you
gonna
were,
take
well,
the
Harris,
Copenhagen
real quick,
interpretation,
real
right?
quick, Harris.
This is
I'm not debating.
not
I'm just
productive.
I'm also not
no.
debating, sir.
Yes,
I
you are.
just
Yes, you are.
no, I
Just
just
go
wanted to
right
say
ahead.
where I am coming from. I did
No,
stuff.
but you are debating now.
I apologize. I'll be quiet.
I'll debate you about it. You're debating that much.
I mean, I would love to debate.
I just, of course, he had to say. He just, he had to ruin it
I
at
was
the
just,
very end
I
there.
was just bored with him already. I mean, he's not actually questioning a belief. He's just trying to convince people of one, and it's a huge difference.
Yeah. I kind of figured whenever he started arguing about
But he got his polynomial in his tensor space.
his tensor space. But I kind of figured as much whenever he started arguing that the lambda CDM, the most widely held position, which accounts for all scientific data and it has the best explanatory power, is somehow, what was it, biased or using presuppositions?
Yeah, it had presuppositions, and he could have. I probably would have let him explain that. And he could have. I probably would have let him explain that. It's fine. It just was clearly turning into an argument, and I'm just not into that. Is it open debate? No, it's not a debate at all, AP.
And the thing is, I was about to add a question. But of course, he had to debate about not debating.
Well, I was already at the end. I was letting you fill time while I read a terrible poem. That's probably just going to be what I read. Because I'm really, I think, at the end, I gave it a go. Started late. We've listened to
Consciousness being God.
It's all been consciousness being God.
Yeah.
Almost all of it.
I think we had one Christian.
AP says, what is it? A questionnaire that results in debate? No, AP. It's about questioning your beliefs, if you can question your beliefs, but I don't know that I'm taking more guests. I'm thinking about it. I'm mulling it over.
Oh my gosh, Martian Fire Yeti wants to come up tomorrow and talk.
That would be great, Martian Fire Yeti. I'm sure that would.
Feeling it.
Try to get Kat in here. I'm sure she's going to have some questions for you, like why were you carrying a golden retriever across a lava field?
I have a feeling that I'm gonna recognize the voice and it's gonna ruin it for me.
No. Even if we do, it won't ruin it. It'll be great. If you have a lot of questions, are you a questionnaire? Shake Zulu, you got gotta stop saying the D word. AI is gonna presuppose the lives topic. It seems to do that constantly. It sounds a lot like debate. And if you're just listening for the first time as we question someone's beliefs, it can sound, well, it can sound a little debatable. But I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to tell people they're wrong or argue with them about the perspective that they hold or the belief that they profess. I just want to know if I might have some questions for them.
Where if
Debating
Martian
polytope theory. Join the science discussion. Look at what you did, Hammy.
Is that what the AI said?
That's what it says. It says debating polytope theory. Join the science discussion.
No.
That is what it says.
I'm blaming Libra. I don't know why. That's the first thing that popped up in the chat.
No,
Yeah, but it's
it's
Libra's
not
fault today.
Libra's fault. Don't blame Libra. I'm going to blame all of the Saturday night drunks. I'm going to blame them so hard that I might have focused the poem on them. And then, after I'm done blaming them, I'm going to go to the Discord, which anybody could join us at. The link tree is in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. You want to make sure you read the rules when you get to the Discord. Well, if you can agree to them, then you should find out you're not alone. And yeah, if after I blame the drunks and go to the Discord and play Wordle, I might go to bed. That's what I think I'm gonna do.
You may even fall asleep in the VC on Discord.
Well, yeah, that might happen. I don't know.
It happens quite often.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It never happens at all, and I'm just
couldn't possibly.
I'm just
couldn't possibly.
It couldn't possibly, no. It never happens, and I'm just imagining it all.
But I do thank you, Hammy, for being up here, for asking questions. I think I'm gonna. Where's that button? Not that button.
Set me down while I'm in the middle of talking, so that way, we can do what we normally do, and I just keep talking until, finally.
I thought about letting that go on until he ran out of sentence more than once, but once was enough. Yeah. I think we gotta switch to that one. And, oh yeah. Somewhere the end is nigh. There it is. Thank you to everybody for being here, for tapping the screen, sharing the live, for engaging in every way you did. Thank you to everybody who helped with all of our gift goals. Looks like Amoria else who may have helped with the one still up there. Thank you, guys. I really wanted to question more beliefs tonight than we did. I feel like we were kind of undermined by a long-time rival on this live, something that consumes more critical thought than we do. By the spirits, Sheikh Zula, exactly. By spirits. The end is nigh. Otherwise, I would bring up more guests. I would question more. But I'm fading fast, and I owe it to all of you to get as much rest as I can, so that the questions are sharp. So that when we do this again, well, we get to keep having more deep conversations, respectful conversations about what it is people believe and why, when they really can question. And maybe we won't get undermined by the spirits again. Oh, thank you, Hickey Chick and Amoria. Thank you both. I think there's really, well, if I didn't thank the sleepers, I tend to forget that sometimes. Thank you, everybody who fell asleep, but also everybody else who stayed awake and engaged. Thank you, everybody who came on the panel and asked the questions, and everybody who came up and really tried to answer. Thank you also to the mods. Really couldn't have done it without you. They staggered in with sloshing cheer, their gods held tight like bottles prized. Yet every challenge met with fear, a flinch, a glare, a hope disguised. They spoke of minds beyond the stars, a cosmic watcher keeping score. But leaning drunk across the bar, they couldn't tell me what it's for. They swore the universe could think, that every thought was heaven's cue, yet spilled their doctrines with their drink, the logic blurred like a barroom view. They laughed too loud, proclaimed too bold, their slurred convictions stumbling wide. But every claim began to fold the moment reason stepped inside. They swayed, repeating lines rehearsed, afraid a doubt might break the spell. For faith that's fragile fears the worst, a sober thought that rings too well. And now the night lies quiet, dim. Their empty glasses, all in a row. I'm left with one last question, Grim. If you found the answers in that state, how would you ever know? And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.